Hello everyone. Hello and welcome to Qatar Masters round 3. And yeah, yeah, I didn't expect this particular view, to be honest, but here we are.
Hello.
Here we are.
And slowly we're all coming into frame. And here we go. This was the proper introduction. And hello and welcome. And yesterday we saw brilliancies, smooth victories, and of course, total shocks. Will we see more of the same today? Well, we will find out, that's for sure. I'm your host, International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's a great pleasure to be calling the action alongside International Master Irene Sukandar, and of course in the corner, who you already saw a close-up to, you're looking very good. It is renowned commentator and Grandmaster Evgenij Miroshnichenko. And yeah, Irene, yesterday it was all about Magnus Carlsen's shocking defeat to Suleimanov.
Yeah, and actually, if I can bring up, it made the trending on Twitter. Magnus is the keyword for my Twitter, like it's currently on trending right now. So yeah, everything was about Magnus yesterday, but we have to also give the credit to the opponent, Suleimanov, which showed a very good, fantastic game. Yeah, like very. It's Morphe-like game, I would say, yeah, with the finish of knight h6. Even if I can quote Agat Mother on his tweet as well, it's like Morphe versus NN.
It certainly was. It was Suleimanov's immortal. And meanwhile, we do see the start of round 3. And Miro, what do you think we can expect from this day?
We can expect Magnus to be playing on board 1, that's for sure. And, you know, pretty much everything I've said yesterday, so the pressure on ELO favorites with black pieces, it's still valid for today, just that we have different players playing with black. So Hikaru is going to play with the black pieces, Eriga easy, and so on and so forth. Right, Magnus,
well, you mentioned that he is on board 1. Have the games begun? They have begun. So let's get right to the action. Let's quickly take a look at the pairings for today, and if we can bring them up. You see at the top of the table is still Magnus Carlsen. He is playing on a fixed board, as is Hikaru Nakamura. So these two will always be the two at the top. And, well, Magnus will be facing off against Mutai, whereas Hikaru Nakamura is on 4 points, and he will be playing Vohidov, someone who is actually Asian continental champion. Anish Giri also facing the test of 17-year-old Aditya Mittal. And some very, very interesting pairings here. I'm also pretty excited about one that's happening on board 11, which is between Vaishali, and she has also got 2 points, and she will be playing a very tough opponent.
Yes, and wow, we saw Vaishali during the breakfast, right, Yogi? And yeah, she looked very happy for winning yesterday's game. And today, well, she's playing against Kubakarov Temur, Australian champion. And we saw on the board number 12, Abdusatorov playing against his compatriot, Barkrelayev. Wow, so today is no exception. It will be another amazing day at the office.
Yeah, incredible day of chess lined up for us. And the games have begun, so let's dive in. Let's take a look at how things have started. We'll begin at the top with, of course, Magnus Carlsen. Now, yesterday, he lost in that sensational way. Yes. What will his mood be like today?
Yeah. What do you think, Miro? What would be his mood?
Well, he's known for kind of not falling apart, not collapsing after the defeat. And I think someone mentioned on Twitter, I mean, not this time, but like previously, that if you check Magnus's stats after a loss, it's actually, he might be scoring more than average after a loss. So I feel pity for his opponent, to be honest. You know, wounded, but still a lion, a tiger.
Well,
looking for a prey.
You know, wounded lion is always the dangerous one, yeah? Whenever it gets wounded, it would come back stronger. And today, Magnus is playing white pieces.
Shall we take a look at the board?
Yes.
And see how things have developed? And there we can actually see from the position of the pieces, it does look like Black has played the most solid opening round. Okay, let's rewind all the way to the beginning. We can see that Magnus Carlsen did in fact open with the king's pawn, and after his opponent responded in kind, it seems like a game of copycat is in store. But after knight takes pawn, should we show that famous trick?
Yeah, let's do it. So if you keep copying what white is doing, then you might end up with this. And then where do you go with the knight?
Yeah.
Wherever you go with the knight, there's always this trick of check, the discovery, and also getting the queen afterwards.
Yeah.
So yeah, this Petrov is one of my early openings when I started playing chess, Yovi, because actually specifically because of this trick. I know I'm a cheapo.
No, but that's the way the UK kids are also taught chess. First, you learn the cheapos, and and then maybe 20 years later, you finally learn some lines.
Yes.
And okay, but obviously, Black was not going to fall into that trick, so instead, kick back the knight, and only then capture the pawn in the middle of the board.
Yes, and interestingly here, we know that the main line would be d4, and then Black would continue with d5 and so on, bishop d3 or knight c3. But here, Magnus continue with d3, knight f6, d4, and if Black replied it with d5, we no longer have Petrov, but we have the exchange French. So what a transposition. So I don't know what Magnus has in mind, because okay, in this position, we see so many other examples as well. If you want to have a game, you can play this variation at c3, where you can just trade in like this, and then with the possibility of the long castle and then attacking on the king side and something like that. But Magnus chose to play this d3. And then now Black is thinking.
Yeah, Black is indeed thinking. And yeah, you're right, Irene. You know, of course, Black could play into an exchange French. But there I have to say, in the hands of a very talented player, White does have some dangerous options. Like, for instance, it's not entirely equal, because White has that freedom of that extra tempo, you know, can get the pieces out. And the big plan, of course, is putting a knight into the center of the board. So relatively quiet things. I don't think Magnus will be too displeased with what's happening here, because the position is very much something that suits his style.
Wow. Our world number one has so many styles, Yovi.
That's true.
Even if he starts with A3, it suits his style as well. So, well, I'm just going to be very excited in which line that he's going to employ in this exchange French. Oh, by the way, we've been talking about exchange French, and we're talking about if D5 was happening now, it's just total exchange French. But let me show you how it gets there via the order of moves. So e4, e6, d4, d5, then you can just simply take on d5, and then after knight f3, knight f6, and there you go. It is White's turn to move, and it will be just a transposition. So Black is pondering if he wants to go into French exchange or something else.
And let's also remind ourselves that Magnus has pedigree in this position. You know, he played this in 2017 against none other than Mr. Petrov himself, Fabiano Caruana. Can you guess the result of that game?
Draw.
Yeah.
Mirror. Are you still there?
I am, yeah. So first off, so like if you do play d5, it's not just the exchange French,
Yep.
but exchange French with knight f3, knight f6 included, which doesn't seem to be a big deal, but you can play other moves with Black. Like
Right.
after knight f3, if you arrive there with French move orders, the bishop d6 is an absolutely legit move,
Yes.
for instance, right? And yeah, and if you don't play d5, then there is an option of going bishop e7, castles, and I think c5 later on. So there is kind of a different setup. Castles, and
Actually,
if I'm not mistaken, there is c5 after castling.
Like this, yeah?
Yeah,
yeah.
c5 and then knight c6, and there might be...
Can I actually tell you the top move in the position, the game position?
After d4?
Yeah, after d4 is actually to go g6.
Jesus.
So
Interesting.
black, more often than not, says no to the exchange French and goes g6. Or the alternative is actually to get the light squared bishop out to go bishop g4 or bishop
see.
f5. So very much we're in early days, but Magnus confident, striding to the board. Shall we move along down and head off to Vokhidov against Hikaru Nakamura?
Yes.
And of course, Hikaru playing with the black pieces. What does he have up his sleeve? Let's have a look.
We have a Rossolimo here. First it was a Rossolimo, but now it's starting to be looking like Moscow. Bishop d7, rook e1. Yeah, this is quite a famous line. c3, a6, and then the bishop is hiding on f1. Bishop g4, h3, takes, and then e6. So yeah, it's still pretty much in the realm of theory right now.
It's also a relatively simple position for white. The plan is very straightforward. You know, you want to go d4, and sometimes you'll play a very slow d3, get the dark square bishop out. The knight will relocate itself. Probably, I've even done it to a3 to go to c4. Before that, I've actually gone a4. But I learnt this plan all the way in. I don't know whether I should confess the year. A long, long time ago. Probably when you were 8 years old, Irene.
So wait a second. May I ask you? So Hikaru played e6.
Yep.
Right, and I thought
G6 would be
I don't know if it's a main move, more popular move, whatever. Was g6, after which white usually would go queen to d1, right? Trying to play d4. Why I remember this, because there is a funny move, bishop h6,
Yes,
stopping d4 for now. Right, so now, after e6, if white does exactly the same, if white
Queen
goes
d1.
queen to d1, what's Naka's reaction here? Because, yeah, if I'm allowed to play d4, you know, just get the center, get pair of bishops, what's my problem? I'm just slightly better with white. So
Well, the reaction that they did against me was always to go e5. But it does feel slow because you've gone e6 first.
Yes, and it feels like a waste of tempo.
But let's have a look if black develops and then just stands. So go bishop, not e5,
bishop e7, yeah.
bishop e7.
And then d4.
And then allows d4. And then either just stands or makes the trade. I think I would prefer to stand for a little bit longer. Yeah, and just go castling. Because the reason I don't want to necessarily go pawn takes pawn, because then I leave the
knight,
the c3 square for the knight.
But then I would argue that after d5, white's just better. Yeah? d5, say pawn takes, knight e5, and
just a much better version
a4
of Benoni.
Let's say, yeah, a4. So black's position perhaps is playable, but white has the space, white kind of controls everything, no weaknesses.
Yeah, I agree with you. So maybe after e6, if white played queen d1, maybe it's time, well, yeah, wasting the tempo, but probably it's necessary to play e5 right now to stop d4.
Yeah, this could be a thing, but then I'd ask, well, did you really need e6 at first place, right? Like, I mean, why don't you play e5 with the queen on f3? And like, there is no kind of, it's not a tricky question. I just genuinely don't know. Yeah.
Or is d5 an idea here?
d5
after queen d1
could be, yes. The point being d5, e5, and white very much would like to play e5, right? Knight to d7, and then if d4. Then c takes, queen b6 wins the pawn. Yeah, maybe. It's very often like this. So it looks kind of suspicious, but there is a tactical justification why you cannot do this or that.
Right. Okay, so
yeah, so d5 might be an answer.
Yeah, because if taking on d5 like this,
takes on d5, knight takes d5. It's it's playable from white's perspective, but
black is okay. Yeah.
Black should be okay, I would guess.
All right. Shall we move on to the next game? It's Anish Giri versus Aditya Mittal.
Let's go there. And Aditya Mittal, just 17 years old, became a grandmaster in December 2022.
Wow, such a young talent. And what do we have here, Miro?
In opening wise.
Yes.
So it's C3 kind of delayed alapin or whatever you would call it. Was D5, E5, D4. I think we are on our own by now, like Anish as well. So, well, Anish spent more than 10 minutes before move 10, which tells you something. Right, so...
But are we seeing a new kind of strategy from Anish? Because Anish is Mr. Mainline guy. And now we see him playing like delayed alapins. We also saw him play a Karakan. That's not something he normally does.
Would you recall Anish's last white game, which was round 1, when it was D4, D5, Knight F3, Knight F6, C3?
C3, and then,
Mr.
yeah.
Mainline guy he somehow changed his approach for this tournament, it seems, right? Or maybe kind of saving the main lines for the big games.
Yeah. For the
so
bigger
to
fish,
speak.
yeah.
Yeah, so to speak. But you have to be careful with that one. Because, yeah, even like the position we have now after Knight A3, Bishop D7, even isn't White's pawn on E5 in danger?
Yeah, but how to get to that pawn right now? Because, well, technically it can be captured, yeah?
Or the previous move, could he
capture it after Knight A3 instead of Bishop D7?
Yeah.
Or there might be some...
Yeah, there will be some, but I think we have...
We have to show it,
We have
yeah?
to look at this,
Something
right?
like this. Maybe text or...
Yeah, I think
Oops, not Knight H4. Mouse slip there. Yeah.
if Knight G takes C5, I think there is a problem that after Knight takes, you can't take with the Queen.
With the Queen because of Bishop C6, yeah?
So that's why...
Yeah, that's why. And then
take
Queen is
with the Knight,
hanging.
and then...
And
Bishop
take with the
to-
other Knight. Take with the other Knight.
Take with the other Knight, yeah.
But
okay, makes
you're not
sense.
going to get pinned after Knight takes Knight?
Yeah,
hang
but
on a
now you
second.
can get it
No,
with the Queen.
Wait, okay.
Right, you
Yeah,
start...
but you start with Knight to B5 first.
but-
Yeah, but then
I'm clever, I'm
F3.
clever. Huh?
But there is Knight
Ah.
F3. It's a check.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
so
But
it's a tricky...
yeah, it's a tricky line.
So how do we get the most of
But hang on a second, you do win back the D pawn, so...
Well, the Queen will go to B6 and attacking the Knight. So however you take this, like let's say Bishop takes and then the Queen will go to B6.
Well, White perhaps has quite a decent compensation, but still, it's a pawn, and it was a principal,
A pawn is a pawn.
Yeah, principal attempt. But what Black is saying, and he actually is on 134, so all prepared. But he says, that I'll play Bishop D7, I'll play, I don't know, developing moves, and later on I'll take your pawn, or you will have to play Bishop F4, which is an ugly move, right? Bishop F4, Black will happily take, double the pawns, and so on. So I think-
Or could it be is Knight takes and after Queen takes and now you play Knight here?
Knight to B5.
Yes, and now it's
Yeah.
attacking C7 and attacking D4 as
Yeah.
Yeah, you do win the pawn this way.
I
but
can...
Is White really...
Can I spoil your fun?
Yes, please.
Okay, so this is just the engine recommending this. It's actually very difficult. So the idea is that instead of Knight going to B5, you actually stop the Queen trade with Bishop E4.
Bishop E4.
And then, apparently, like White is 0.6, which means
Wow.
like half a pawn.
it's a huge,
it
yeah.
improves, yeah.
Okay, enlighten me. After
And then-
DC, I just like to grab the pawns.
You're going to grab everything.
H4.
Well, H4, H4, H4
computer
is
access, by the way.
definitely that's there in the works. But after pawn takes H4, you're right.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
Wow.
Wait, what?
You got it. Sacrifice
H4.
everything. H4, yeah.
Oh, wow.
See the knight on G6, go H4, go H5.
I was thinking that it might be... Okay, we'll get back to H4, but after DC, this might work.
Wow.
Oh, maybe not.
No,
Maybe
there's a
not.
knight.
No, there's a knight on D4. Yeah, like this. It
Yeah,
would be-
that's a nice trap.
It would be pretty, though,
You
but
won,
there's knight
you won the
D3.
queen, yeah.
Yeah.
Just to lose it back.
Unfortunately. Okay, let's go back to H4. like this, because this pawn, if it was taken, you can take it back with the bishop, and it's just too much, I guess.
Yep,
So many
like it's
pieces
not
out.
going to get
Yeah.
developed, and h5 is coming your way.
So after h4, okay, let me play some simple move like h5 to see what is the idea. And
After h5,
yep,
just the computer is laughing at you, Irene, and it laughs at everybody on the planet. Castles.
castles.
Just castle. And it's like, what you gonna do when I come for you?
Castles?
Bad boy, bad boy.
Yeah.
I know
Here
that.
we go.
Okay, wow, castle. This is nice.
Yeah, that's a kind of slow but kind of long-lasting compensation. I think that, yeah.
Tao would have loved this, yeah, just sacrificing. It's just pawns anyway, it's not pieces, so...
The little
Yeah.
guys.
The little guys.
Yes,
Yeah,
about little
exactly.
guys.
Yeah.
And, it's modern day chess. It's all to
Exactly.
do with activity. So, have we had any updates? Black, of course, said, I
Play
don't
bishop
want to,
e7, yeah.
don't want to touch that pawn, especially if your opponent is blitzing things out. If, like, Anish had maybe feigned something, maybe, like, taken some time, maybe you grab the pawn. But
Look, but he did. In fact, he was the one to spend 15 minutes. And his opponent is like on 1:30.
I had it the wrong way around. Okay, so
Right, so that means that
My apologies.
Black was prepared for this.
yeah, okay. Well,
And-
you can't trick these juniors. They know everything.
When they do not know anything, they would calculate.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's move on down to Rasulov against Eragaisi.
Yep.
Oh,
We have a Sicilian, a classical one. Let's see, e4, c5. Yeah, so it comes to, in the end, it comes to Schwenningen position, yeah? Or you can get it from knight off as well. This queen e1, it's always a mystery for me. Do you play queen e1 with or without king h1?
Oof. You're asking the wrong guy, honestly. Like, when I've seen the position for the first time, I thought, okay, finally I remember something about the theory of this position. That's like kind of my early days, but it's too long ago, so I've already forgotten, right? But what's the problem with playing queen e1 immediately? You mean, like, can black
Capture and play e5. I recall
it
one,
must be some very long theory.
yeah, something like this, and then you can
Knight
just
takes,
simply
bishop
capture.
takes, you
and then
go
queen g3.
e5.
But there is bishop
No, wait,
c5.
here it does work for black, right? Take takes,
Oh,
queen
no.
g3, bishop to c5,
I think you can just simply take on c5 and then king h1 because
on c5.
g7 is hanging.
g7's hanging, and
And F6,
castle
yeah.
is impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it could be this.
Yeah, it could be this, yeah. Okay, so after queen e1, no tricky line with taking an e5, so black just played bishop d7, queen g3, castles, rook a e, and this is also another mystery to me. Where do you put your rook after you put your queen on g3? Is it d1 and
D1,
e1, or
yeah.
e1 and f1, right? Sometimes it can be
Yeah, and from
Can be
black as
confusing.
well. From black as well, because there were, say, instead of bishop d7,
you can
right? Yeah, there is line like when you take on d4, go b5, bishop b7,
Yes,
right? And it's a
yes.
different story and all those subtleties. And I believe if anyone remembered it, it's forgotten by now. So
Yes.
that's a tricky line. So b5, a3.
Yeah, and I don't know how many games I have in this position. Or maybe not exactly in this position, but in this type of line. Sometimes, okay, the bishop wants to go back to the a8, h1 diagonal. So next move would be knight takes d4, bishop c6, and so on.
and the question for white is how to continue the attack, because I remember being taught this by my brother, because he'd had enough of me not knowing any theory. And he was saying you either go f5 or e5.
Yeah,
And then also, what do you do with your light squared bishop as well? Because the light squared bishop isn't necessarily the most mobile piece. Do you put it on d3?
d3 or f3.
F3.
Yeah, these subtleties, sometimes when I'm confused, I'll just play king h1. I'll deal with those things later.
So we are saying knight takes, bishop takes,
Yep.
bishop c6, right?
And where does this
You know
bishop
what?
go?
I
F3
have
or
a
D3?
strange feeling that white was supposed to have a king on h1 and rook on a1 in this kind of theoretical position. So it seems like with this moves order, white actually gained something, because the benefits of king h1 in this particular case are not obvious, and rook a to e1 is a cool move to have on the board.
Yeah.
Still, I'm not sure if white is like substantially better or anything, because it's not that easy. Even though you have the bishop on d4, you have some pressure. It's not easy to develop the attack, the real attack, right?
Yeah. Also, there is some line that's after a3. You bring this rook over to
Rook,
d8,
yeah.
and then this queen might be over to b8 or b7, and then you try. Okay, after taking on d4, and then you start pushing b4, something like that. So I remember seeing one of Van Velle's games, and as we know, he's the expert in Najdorf and training and all this setup. So yeah, this can be actually quite an idea, but obviously black is not limited to that variation. Black can still do many things. But yeah, I think in general black is just waiting to see where white is going to start the attack to.
I've pulled up the opening database just to help us, and it does say that black's most popular plan, I think I've had this myself against Van Velle, is to go knight takes knight, and after bishop takes, now the bishop will come to c6, putting pressure, and then the big question, what are you going to do with the bishop? Most people go bishop d3, but it's also possible to go king h1, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah,
bishop
king
d3
h1 is possible.
It's a transposition, I think.
It is, yeah. There
It
was
is.
many
I
transpositions.
feel like it is a transposition after king h1, because I remember this picture that e4 pawn is hanging, but not really, because it's checkmate on g7. Yeah, so that's how I.
However, Arjun chose to play rook a b8.
A to b8.
Yeah, so not taking this knight right away, but I'm sure it's still on the menu, whether or not he's going to play it on the next move. Yeah, I mean, again, black has many options.
Yeah, and rook a b8 again has been played before, and in white's reply, white did play bishop to d3. Another move was knight to b3, which I don't like at all. Bishop d3 makes a lot of sense though, lining up the forces together, but I guess Aragoisi's plan is to go b4.
Yeah.
Right, it could be b4.
Like this, yeah?
b4, and if white takes, you can actually capture
with the knight.
No, maybe you capture on d4.
Oh, d4 and then
rook
rook b4. Yeah.
Which is still kind of not clear, because knight e2, right? And originally, I thought you... no, never mind. I thought you can take and go... Yeah, maybe you can do this, like rook takes, knight takes, queen to c5. Does that work? Or queen the knight, pretty much.
Oh, queen b6 maybe better.
Queen b6, c5, whatever, yeah.
Yeah, queen b6, and then you can hit on b2 as well.
Oh, but queen b6...
Or c5. Then I'm not sure. No. The point is like c3, c3, e5, and queen c5. That's why you need queen c5, so that e5 pawn will be protected.
But,
right,
but it still kind of continues, right? Even if the queen goes to c5, because you can go c3 and you can go b4. Keep the counterattack alive.
Yeah, c3, e5. Yeah, so that's one messy sequence, right?
Yeah, so
pawn takes or before immediately, right? Yeah, probably.
Probably now.
b4 at once. Right?
Oh, before taking?
Yeah, I think b2, b4 right now.
And queen takes.
No, I think you have to be ready to go queen takes pawn. Oh yeah, knight e2 is possible, or knight f. Knight f5 is something that I like my knight on f5.
Oh, yeah.
At least open up some lines of the rooks.
This and this. Okay. How do we evaluate this position?
We say it's,
unclear.
It's very, even better. You remember the chess informant's signs? Right?
Yeah, the infinity
sign. Unclear would be infinity, and
yeah.
then infinity with equals would be compensation.
Compensation.
Yeah. So I'd use this one, compensation. So queen e5, queen c5, trade the queens, go knight g4. No, seriously, I think like black very well might be of having
c5
enough
like
counter
this.
chances. I don't know why I'm exchanging the queens, but bishop c5, knight g4 would have been better. But you know, that's once again, that's me kind of being
it's
alert
too.
not to blunder anything, and then I
Yeah.
prefer to trade the queens. And yeah, knight f2 is a big threat, strangely.
Right. It probably would like dissipate
H3.
into a draw. No, because knight f2 is huge.
For
Use
sure.
anyway.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you have to go bishop takes pawn or something.
Oh.
Or hang on a
And
second.
black
Or you can
is
just.
happy.
Huh?
No, there is a. Okay, let me just double check this.
Yeah.
Takes this, and then you have to go
Yeah,
here,
but then you have
and then
bishop.
this one.
That was bishop b5.
Bishop b5.
There was bishop
b5.
b5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Bishop
So-
b5 and nothing's hanging. I mean, the worst thing. Yeah,
Yep.
for white.
Okay. This
Anyway,
is
it's
very far.
it's far
so
away.
far. Okay. So this is the current position right now. Rook ab8, and Fugar Rasulov is still thinking. So should we see number 5?
Definitely, let's work our way
Right.
down and have a look at the top 10. So there are, in fact, 80 boards, or 80 matches happening, and we will be focusing on just the top 10. And so this is board 5. This is Gregory Kaidanov against Yevokir Sindarov. So this is truly a clash of the generations.
Yep.
Kaidanov recently playing in the World Senior Team Championships and part of the gold medal winning American squad.
Yeah, like 6 at a3 in this game is a bit of a surprising move, I have to say. But perhaps you can play this.
Maybe he doesn't want to play any theoretical or deep theoretical line. So a3, preventing bishop b4, and that's it, and play a game.
Yeah, could be.
So we have an interesting position here, actually, that after c4, knight f4, giving back the pawn. And yeah, I've never seen this position in my life. How do you...
No, I haven't seen it either. I'm just trying to comprehend what happened, because a3, bishop e7, now you take, now you go e5. Because there is, like, maybe if I could get my board on the screen, that'd be easier to, you know, to show the lines, because I believe, like, if we are talking about kind of inner dialogue between the players, like, do you want to play this? No, I want the other line. You know, yeah, usually this kind of mind games in the opening. Already quite a few things happen. So it's not like both were prepared to enter this position. Yeah, so after e6, knight d to b5 is kind of one line, right, where you have to know a lot with black, but if you know it, so I believe some people worked it out till a draw, right, then knight takes c6 is very topical, and that what kind of surprises me. So that knight c6, bc6, e5 would have been a normal line, and instead...
Bishop f4 also.
Yeah, bishop f4...
Yeah, offering
No,
to...
knight b5, bishop f4, I think.
No,
Knight b5.
bishop f4 now is fine too. Or knight b5, like... Yeah, because you cannot play e5 still. Yeah, there's some tricky idea.
Yeah, could be. I'm not sure, but yeah, we don't have the
We
board
don't have
anyway,
the board, so let's just discuss the board that we see.
Yeah, the one that we see, I was thinking queen c3 could be a funny move to play.
After knight f4, yeah? Queen c3.
And it is played. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm secretly hoping that my opponent did not learn about the pins. You know, to take the horse on f4 for free.
But in a more serious kind of question.
After f6, yeah, what happens after f6?
Well, also, where is the knight going on f4? I can kick it back with g3, and then you have to put it at the edge of the board, and then I'm going to ask you the question, you know...
I think there is a more direct continuation here. I think
after
we can
f6,
just take
you can take a
and then rook
4.
d1.
Yeah.
Pawn takes, you go rook d1. Actually, looks kind of scary for black, if you ask me.
I like the bishop pair, so I was trying to keep it. Queen c7? Oh, no, you can't go queen c7. Knight takes f6.
So you have to kind of self-pin, go bishop d7.
D7,
and
Even after knight d6, I think this
I mean,
is
it might
better
be
for white.
kind of might be okay for black, but it does look very, very scary. So after queen c3, black decided to castle short, which is understandable.
In
So
this position.
castles, and then perhaps you have to take the pawn,
Queen e.
right? Queen
Okay.
e5, and yeah, there might be some funny tricks over there.
Like knight d3, and bishop has to take, and queen takes, and bishop h6.
Threaten checkmate.
Threaten
But okay,
checkmate.
forcing f6.
Forcing f6, yeah.
But is black so unhappy about f6?
No, black is not unhappy.
Not
Not
at
unhappy.
And
all.
also queen takes c4 is coming,
Yeah.
followed by
Yeah,
queen
I would-
d5.
Not really, not really. There is no discovery. Right, after queen here.
Yeah, but then I go e5.
Yeah, 6,
Yeah,
e5.
e5. If I'm not going to...
Maybe
hang on a second.
here or-
Maybe you can counterattack. I'm always conscious the the Indian teenagers have taught me that you don't necessarily retreat. You sound the counterattack, but there you have to be good at calculation. So you could also go rook to d1. No, not now, but later.
So now what to do?
Yeah, now you have to retreat the queen.
Yeah, we have to, yeah.
Yeah.
And after this,
No, but you could have traded. I mean, why don't you just trade on e3?
Because the pawn is a pawn.
yeah, I like taking the pawn.
We are talking exchange down.
Oh, yeah,
right?
this
We are
one-
talking
this one was
exchange
hanging.
down. And I'm not saying that black's position is bad, but once again, if we recall what was the whole purpose of we are looking for a good way to
Yeah.
kind of for white to proceed. And then if black can trade the queens and play the endgame with two bishops, I don't see it as a good way for white. And I was thinking, honestly, as much as bishop h6 is an attractive move, could knight f6 be any better?
Instead of bishop h6.
Yeah, the kind of to start with knight f6, say bishop takes, queen takes, and it's a strange position.
It is a strange
Because
position. And the
white
black
king
king
is
is...
stuck in the center and might get checkmated in a couple of moves, but does black have a couple of moves? Bishop h6 is a big threat.
Well, yes and no, because you do have rook to d8, and you can get out of it by going queen to d4.
Rook
And
d8, bishop to h6.
Give a check first. Give
Ow.
it,
And I also wanted to give a check as
and
well.
after this, give a check again.
Yeah.
And after the king hides, okay, we have this queen d4.
Yep.
Yeah, I should have played bishop g5 then, not bishop h6, right? To start
Okay.
with bishop g5. And then you go rook d4. yeah. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
after
rook
bishop
d8.
h6.
Yeah, rook d8, bishop
Oh.
g5.
Bishop g5 here, okay.
Yes, and then you probably play like rook d4 or something. It's a mess. Yeah,
D4.
that's what I'm saying.
Or I can also play this. And then rook d3.
And you still have your queen d4. Yeah.
Or I can
fair
take
enough.
on c4 too, right?
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah. I can take on
and take
c4 and rook
c4 with a
d3.
check and then.
Yeah,
All right.
over here.
No,
So how did we get...
Check.
never mind. It was a terrible idea.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. And
So-
the game position.
Yeah, the game position.
game posi-
Black just
so-
castled.
And we're
Black
looking
just
at
castled.
queen takes
We look at
Yes,
e5.
Yeah.
queen takes e5. Then
You-
knight d3.
Knight d3 check.
Takes,
Okay.
Takes.
And this looks to be good.
Or-
Or slightly better for black, right? Because black was doing fine.
yeah.
So instead of bishop h6 or knight f6, can we play? No, we cannot.
So my next question would be...
Maybe bishop g5 here. Because if you take this,
But did you go?
takes this and f6, I have queen e4. And maybe this is a better endgame for white.
Yeah, it could be, but f6 wasn't forced, and if
Yep.
black, say, captures c4 pawn, it's still. Oh no, knight
Knight to
e4
e4
right?
though.
It's not that easy, right? It's not that easy.
Although you can go f5.
f6, I take it.
You can go f5.
Yeah, but after f5, I'll be very happy with this position.
I was actually planning to put my king on f7, but now I realize that there is knight takes h7 at the end of it often. Oh, but hang on a
Toby,
second.
you
no,
should
knight.
confess.
No, I'm being silly. Knight f6, rook takes
Yes,
knight.
of course.
Yeah, rook takes.
You were
Bishop
planning to put, but
a6.
then you changed your mind, right?
Yes.
And then this one.
Bishop a6.
And I have to come back to e5. Yep.
There was also queen e4 check, possibly, but yeah, bishop a6, now rook to d8.
Rook to d8.
White is not very
Okay.
likely to castle.
I'll go here.
Lift the rook to like
here.
d4, yeah. And you can play f3, you know, protect the e4 square, but it doesn't really protect it because there is still rook e4.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Okay, so going back because I just let's go back to the game position because we went down this big rabbit hole and I was thinking it's actually not forced to go queen takes pawn. White does probably have the option to play g3 and probably should be playing g3 in light of all this. But okay, let's move on to the next game because this one's very interesting and we'll catch up on it. We'll keep an eye on it. And let's go down to Narayanan against yesterday's star, Suleimanov.
Okay, so what we have here is
a lovely line, anti-Grunfeld.
Anti-Grunfeld with h4.
With h4, yeah.
So here,
yeah, like bishop g7 isn't even a main move, I think, but like the engine taught us that you can play bishop g7. I think people were trying to prevent the h5, h6 expansion when you kind of first meet the line with black and you think, okay, h4, he wants h5, so I have to do something about it. But yeah. Queen d6, queen
and
d3.
this is the current position. What is that on his wrist?
Irene, how could you, after all the controversy? No.
Okay, queen b3. If it was a blitz game, I would just go long castle without any thinking. But is there any better move?
Perhaps we could agree that queen b7 is not.
It's not a threat.
Not a big threat. I mean, that's the feeling. Like it can't be such a big threat. If say black was to castle short, not long, right? Because you know, with pawn on h5 and the absence of my bishop on g7, I'd be scared to castle short. Now, it could be that at least for like next few moves, it's the safest place for the king, right? I mean, castle short. Then, if needed, I'll play f6 to kind of guard g7.
Yeah, and this is actually an interesting position to play or to watch even, because this is a pair of bishops versus a pair of knights, and which pair will show its superiority, because this pawn on h6 could be double-edged somehow, yeah, Miro? It could be a strong pawn, but it could also be a weak pawn.
No, I think it's a fantastic pawn.
It is a fantastic pawn.
I'm going to disagree with you there. I'm going to say, because the white king can just kind of go to f1 and to g2, modern day of castling.
The pawn's good. The pawn's good. However, if you think of it, like we call it for whatever reason, like compute Alpha Zero pawn, or because of this famous game, right? But in order to use it, I think a pair of knight, or kind of white having a knight would really help, because then you have like, you know, this prolonged plans of exchange everything, and knight eventually comes to g5 and wins the h7 pawn. And here, like if black is cautious, if he's not getting checkmated precisely on g7, it's not that easy to use this pawn for now. And
but especially if you go and do Irene's move, which is castle queenside.
Castle queenside.
Yeah. I don't like playing with the king in the center. It's too brave for me.
Okay, castle queenside is also a move. And yeah.
And then Irene's question.
h3 maybe.
Pair of knights, pair of bishops.
Yeah, maybe bishop h3 is
and then
what you want in order to be able to castle, right? In order to be able to castle. I would go and say that I think white is slightly better, kind of mathematically, but at the same time, it's much harder to play with white. Because, you know, your pawn structure is like all over the place,
but
you know.
You're right, yeah, I completely agree. But if you just to kind of play devil's advocate, if white manages to play like bishop g2, d4, f4,
right,
that's a dream. Obviously,
yeah, but
black
then
can't.
once again, strangely, like black always going to have some squares. Like you put the bishop on g2, you go d4, then c4 square is there. So it's a will start some jumping,
Yeah.
like knight a5, knight b6, knight c4.
And also, is e5 a nice space-grabbing
Like
move?
at some point,
I
e5.
like e5 a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Now you're switching sides.
It's the joy of being a commentator.
Yeah.
I can be fickle. I can just go, oh yeah, my bad.
It's a tricky position to play. Okay, can we
Yeah.
agree on this one?
I totally agree. But if I were to take sides, I'd like to play with black because for the obvious reason, Mir. Please humor me. Please
Yeah.
tell me that you know the reason.
The reason?
Come on, Mira. Look at the position. Look at this position.
I have the other bit. Less pawn islands, right? Yeah. That's the one.
Look at the pawn structure. It's just beautiful. Like very, very tidy.
Yeah, it's very calm, isn't it? All the way back. Okay, so again, fascinating struggle there with these piece imbalances. Let's move on down to Salam. Yilma Yersli against Salam. Salam, of course, playing exceptionally well. He's working with Peter Lecco here in this tournament. Played 2 great games. What's
Wow.
it looking like now? It's looking... Well, he has the bishop pair.
Looking dull, to be honest.
Really?
Well, it's a bishop pair, and white has an extra pawn, and the bishop now is trapped.
Well, technically not really trapped because the bishop can go to b8 and to e5, for example. But yeah, I think black is trying to get the compensation with this a bit passive bishop, and also this bishop in g7 is aiming toward this c3 knight, and probably in the end it would be equal material. And with opposite colored bishop, this I think 90% would be just a draw.
Yeah, it probably is a draw. However, you can't really kind of win the pawn immediately. So if you go bishop c3, rook
Yeah.
takes c3, maybe we could show it like bishop b6. And I thought I've kind of seen through this. And I thought, yeah, like at the very end, you go rook a3, and you say you win the a2 pawn. But white goes rook d2 and waits for you to play bishop e6. Because it's a stupid rook d8 checkmate there.
But I guess if black really wants to get the draw immediately, he doesn't go rook a3, but instead
But
goes rook c2.
Rook c2.
And
yeah,
then
fair enough.
once a3 happens, or...
Yeah, maybe a4 happens?
No,
I mean, still it's a pawn, right? I mean, you can go a4.
oh yeah, I forgot about the
Go
whole
a4,
rook to
a5,
d8
and-
checkmate
Yeah.
business, but
But okay, it's still a draw.
It's probably a draw with
Still a draw.
black being that active, but
Yeah.
But yeah.
yeah.
so that's why I thought it's a dull position because it's very likely to simplify into something like that.
yeah. And before we revisit the top boards, can we also just check in on Vejshali, who is playing Australia's number 1,
Kubakarov Timur.
Kubakarov. Thank you for teaching me how to pronounce his surname.
Yep. Okay, so what do we have here?
We have
Let's just
some
do-
sort of full Lopez.
Should we do the... Okay, this is knight to g7.
like g7,
Lapis.
d4, but isn't d4 kind of a surprise move? Yeah.
Normally, I think you go c3 first, yeah? Or
No, I thought there was like a huge theory of this knight g7 and c3, a6, g6, and blah blah.
what
And
did you say?
d4
YouTube theory? YouTube theory?
No, huge theory.
Huge.
So d4.
Did you think he said YouTube theory?
I have no idea about YouTube. Seriously, I'm a bajillion years old.
You know, these days you even get TikTok theory.
I know.
Yeah, but TikTok, it means like two moves, 3 moves. Like YouTube.
But an important place
Golden
to learn.
Yeah.
Opening traps.
So what I'm saying that after ed4, knight takes d4, if you look at this position after move 5, it's a weird scotch we're playing. Where black, for whatever reason, went knight g to e7, and white replied with bishop b5. So it's a scotch, right?
Yeah,
It's a very
Ah,
strange
okay,
scotch.
I can just show it here. Okay, so here like d4.
d4, ed4,
takes-
knight d4.
takes
No
a-
one plays knight
knight
g to
g7,
e7.
and
And if
then no-
someone plays knight g7, you probably don't go bishop
Yeah,
b5. in this position.
So it's quite weird, yeah?
Yeah. So what happened? Black captured on d4, queen d4, knight c6, queen d3.
Bishop c5, knight c3, castle, and castle. Okay.
Interesting, though, because my understanding of these type of positions is that you can castle queenside
Was white.
with white after knight takes knight.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because it's
Like
one of
this,
the
yeah.
reasons why, in this, if you were to rewind all the way back to a Scotch,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, you know, once the Scotch happens,
Yeah.
knight takes is a mistake because you can just play
Yeah,
the
like
bishop
if
out
you-
and castle queenside.
and also like the central game, right? You
Yeah.
have the queen in the middle, and then you want, yeah, like develop your guys quickly, castle short. So here, on the
Yeah.
previous move, like you, well, perhaps your problem is that you can't really play bishop e3, which is the most natural. Kind of if you'd promised me that bishop e3, you trade on e3, queen e3, I'm more than happy, right?
Yeah.
Castling short, but bishop e3 runs into knight b4,
Mm-hmm.
and then
That-
a little trick on c2, right?
That's unfortunate.
So, and therefore, perhaps, yeah, like bishop f4 is the move, but still, like the very next move you can't castle because f2 is hanging.
Right.
So she decided to castle short, and black, interestingly,
Played
goes
knight
knight
b4.
b4 nevertheless.
Yeah. So the idea is c6 d5 maybe, just to get
If we just go back to d1,
yeah, c6
c6, and we go back again,
to c4 or where?
all the way back,
All the way to e2.
all the way to e2,
Okay.
yeah.
Or maybe I was wrong. Maybe it was a6 b5 instead of a6 b5. Okay, I like this idea better.
So after queen d1, you go a6.
And if bishop
Then I still go to
e2,
e2,
okay, b5.
b5, and I go a4, I might say.
Yeah. Trying to figure out what is this knight b4 doing. Yeah, knight b4, queen d1. Okay, okay.
4 queen d1.
What is the idea behind this?
Isn't c6, d5 looks...
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Looks
there's
very
a3.
natural.
There's a3. Like after this,
a3 is the problem.
yeah, a3 is the problem.
And
That's
you
why.
can't do any counterattacks with d4 because the bishop is on priest.
Yeah,
And
d4, knight a4.
No, d4 also just take on b4.
Yeah, but knight a4 wins the piece.
yeah,
I
yeah.
know,
Well,
by the
many-
way, pawn
many
takes
ways.
Knight also wins the piece, right?
Okay, so let's go.
Yeah.
Let's take it back.
But why did he play knight b4 then? No.
Okay, so a6. Okay, a6 makes a lot of sense.
And after he,
And then you just go d6.
yeah, but you can get this position without knight b4. Yeah.
But maybe he didn't want bishop takes knight. I'm just speculating here.
Oh, maybe he didn't want the queen to be on g3, because it could be an attack to h6. Like for example, in this position after castles, and let's say you
Yeah,
play
if you
d6.
do, yeah, you play a move, and then white goes queen g3. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
No,
But-
I guess.
No, well, go on.
But
That's the right explanation.
Is it though?
Of course,
But
yeah.
he
but-
I thought you were being sarcastic.
No, not at all. No, I can tell
Sometimes
you
I
more.
cannot read you. You know, like.
Yeah, no, but seriously, you go queen g3, or you go a3, for instance. So you're not forced to go back to
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
That's the point. That's the point. And if you can get for me this position once again, like knight b4, queen d1, the one, the line that we were looking at, and we said a6, bishop e2, d6.
Yep.
There is an interesting logic to this one.
Yeah, and
Like, think of it. Knight will return to c6, we expect, right? And we even said like a3, knight c6, right? Let's play it. a3, knight c6. So what happened? White, we could say black lost 2 tempi by going knight b4 and back. But what white spends those tempi on? It's
Bishop
a3,
e2, queen d1.
well, kind of semi-useful, and going back to d1 with the queen, which very likely will be moved for the second time. So in reality, black could have won half a tempo, because queen will be moved twice, knight has moved twice, and a2, a3 is played instead of possibly more useful move. But it's a little bit complicated, but there is this trick.
this is how I make my good moves on the board. It's always by accidental.
okay, and well, interesting game that I had for both those players. And let's take a look at the top boards. Let's
Okay.
revisit Magnus Carlsen. And we left off very early on, you know,
Yes,
in the
after D4.
Petrov. Yeah. And how did the game continue? I think he went G6.
G6, yeah, just like what you said. This is the main continuation in this position. Bishop D3, Bishop G7, castle, H3, B6, C4, Bishop B7, Knight C3, Rook E8, Bishop E3, Knight BD7, Rook E1, H6, and D5. So pretty much after how many moves? 14 moves. This is a game that all the chess coaches in the world would be very happy to explain to their students because everything is according to chess principles.
Yeah. And I really like Magnus's last move, although whether he can maintain that pawn on D5, I don't know. But if he can, he gets knight to D4. This is a common way to fight against this queen, this, I was going to say, fianchettoed bishop.
Yeah, I was wondering if Black could play D5 himself, like in his position, if D5 was played and then with the idea of knight E4, maybe not so sound, but this is possible too.
But I think, and the thing that I would be worried about is that there are ways to kind of up the tension with, I don't know whether it works, but Queen B3.
Queen B3.
Yeah, because you're not afraid of pawn takes pawn. There's this pressure that's there on F7.
Yeah, this knight is kind of, well, I think it's a good knight. It's preventing E5, but it's also a bad knight because this is the only purpose of the knight being on D7. Other than that, it doesn't have any other thing. But yeah, I like it. I like Queen B3. Yeah.
So after H3, B6, yeah, so he decided to go B6 and develop the bishop on B7, so that's fine. Bishop B7,
Yep.
knight to C3.
But it
Was
looks,
Rook E8 forced, though?
No, Rook,
I mean,
Rook
you could
E8's not-
try...
But this is all awkward, right?
Right, you could try D5 immediately or go knight D7, go D5, but for now keep the rook on F8, because then in our line with the queen on B3, you could have captured on C4, bishop C4, and at least
Yep.
F7 is not hanging. Yeah. But this is, once again, like the type of position where kind of stronger player, more experienced player has the bigger advantage compared to some positions where you kind of can calculate it out,
Yeah.
right? So here it's too many variables. I want to put this one here, this goes here, and so on and so on. So it's more experience. It's kind of helpful compared to, yeah.
I wanted to ask now about this position. Do you both feel that now is the time for Black to break out with moves like C6? Or are we still in maneuvering territory? Because I feel Magnus is close to playing knight to D4 and getting a big grip on the center.
Right. So I'd say there are like kind of two possible ways, and I suspect one of them is like really bad. But if you are sort of a King's Indian type of player, you can consider going knight C5, A5, and saying, okay, you'll get to D4, and somehow I'm gonna live with it, right? But if this one is not to your liking, then you absolutely have to play C6, right?
Yeah.
Because after knight D4, you won't be able to.
And after knight E5, let's say now the move is knight E5, you can just play with bishop F1. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight E5. Yeah, knight E5 is clever though. You'd like to exchange something, I just realized. Yeah, perhaps knight E5 is kind of, you have to consider at the very least, right?
Yeah, no, it's a good option, right? Because the more trades you make, the more comfortable Black's position will be. But the question is, do you go bishop F1?
Go bishop
Or do you
F1,
go knight to D4?
take?
Or do you take on E5?
You just take, because I don't think
Okay, yeah.
Black is... oh, well, maybe he is. I was thinking, like, taking with the rook doesn't change much. Yeah,
Okay.
we swapped...
But take with the pawn.
yeah, but takes with the pawn, how kind of good is it?
And if I step the queen forward to D2,
Okay,
Queen
H7.
D2, King H7, and... yeah.
centralize my other rook. Unless I want to...
I feel like, yeah, like Black's play is not obvious. Like how he's going to organize f7, f5, which is, of course, a desirable development. But same goes for White, right? c5 is not very easy to achieve.
What about f4? But first we prepare with rook f1. It looks a bit, yeah, the rook is already on
a
e1.
bit, yeah. No, if f4, I'd like to play it immediately, to be honest. Like
Okay, let's play it immediately.
Yeah, like f4.
So e4 doesn't look really good for black, yeah, because this pawn might be, like after e4 I can just play bishop c2 and then...
And you will.
And you will win the pawn.
Bishop d4 and probably you
Yep.
win the pawn.
So after f4, your take on f4, bishop takes f4.
Takes on f4 and... I don't know, I like it for White.
Yeah. Yeah, White has the space advantage, especially in the center.
The bishop is terrible. The
Yeah.
b7
b7 bishop, yeah.
Like if bishop is elsewhere, then you can
And
play it.
I do have some bad news. Knight to b5 is being threatened, so I feel Black has to go a bit Benoni-like and go knight h5.
But I can take on e8 and c7 is hanging.
Yeah, that's true.
That's already
Yep.
already
I
something.
was hoping that there would be some checks to compensate.
Checks here, I can king h2.
Yeah, you
yeah?
go king.
King h2, and
One,
then there was...
Oh, king h1 is
King
even,
H1.
yeah, and then the bishop will just be on h2 later if you
Yeah.
attack it.
So you go king h1.
And of course you can't go bishop e5 because of rook to e1. Pinning.
Confusing, yeah?
Yep. Okay, so this is still the current position. Black is still thinking after this move d5, and Black has a lot of homework. What to do to reroute all the pieces, especially maybe this knight on d7 doesn't belong here
Yeah, but
now.
wait a second. But the original question asked by Jovi was if c6 is a good move, and
c6.
every
Oh yeah, yeah.
ended up not looking at it at all.
Sure.
Right,
So c6.
what do we think? Like takes on c6.
Takes on c6.
Right, bishop c6, and
Yeah.
I'd like to add this move first, queen d2. Can I do it? I think,
after c6, yeah,
Yeah.
you probably can.
and after king h7, then I think. So maybe take on c6, yeah?
Takes on c6,
Bishop c6, knight d4,
d4, bishop back.
knight b5.
Yeah, you might be
Just attack this
Just kind of-
pawn.
winning the pawn, right?
Okay, now knight c5.
c5. I can take on d6 if I want.
Yes, you can.
This is discovery.
I can...
Now this looks bad for black.
The c6 is just a bad...
Yeah, d6 is just
Unless you have to go bishop f8 and try to hold everything
Yeah.
then.
Yeah, but
But still, because I was thinking, a lot of times when you have this kind of like King's Indian pawn structures, you want to break out. You don't want to allow whites this clamp in the center. Because if you're not doing knight e5 or you're not doing knight c6, white has a very happy plan. Knight to d4, queen to d2, connect the rooks, and then you're going to double up on the e line and...
yeah, but maybe you have to be patient. Maybe you go knight e5, and after a trade you take with the rook. And, you know, like, if the bishop leaves, you trade, well, just trade the pieces.
Okay, queen d2.
It gets a bit easier for you as, king h7.
And now you can go bishop.
No. After queen d2, I'd like to play queen f8 and bring my other rook to e8.
f5, f4, sorry.
Uh-huh. Can I sacrifice the exchange? Maybe not. It's a bit too early. Okay.
Such a
What is
simple word.
King h7?
No, nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong. It's just... let's bring the rook to e8 immediately.
Yeah, but then knight b5 and you'll, like instead of f4, like even immediate knight b5 is somewhat annoying.
Yeah.
After queen f8?
Yep,
Knight b5 now? Ah.
So you
Well, then you can
still
go rook
have your rook
e7.
e7, right? But then I do
But
something.
is it hanging?
Which one?
It might be hanging. No, I was about to play a6 and then knight like c7, rook c8, but there is bishop b6. Or I can play knight e4. I don't know. I just want to do something with it. It's a bit cramped.
I mean, I'm afraid you're trying to do something with the wrong piece. I mean, bishop
Yeah.
b7 is the key of the problem for black. And like any tactical variations which do not involve bishop b7 coming to a play, I don't think they will work very well.
Yeah.
But who knows, once again. Knight e4 might work, in fact. Like takes, right? Or maybe I shouldn't. Yeah, wait a second.
But can't you go queen c2?
Queen c2. Queen
was the
c2
move,
simple.
Yeah. Queen c2 was the move.
Yeah, just queen c2.
So what I'm saying, perhaps black has to do this. Like
Okay,
if
king
we
h7.
decided that
After queen
c6
d2.
not bad, not good, right? Yeah, king h7. It's not a great position to play, but. So my argument was, in order to make some progress, white will move the bishop, the ducks with bishop, that is, and then I'll trade, and then I go knight d7. Still, I'm afraid of, f4 and, kind of broader pawn chain, f4, g4.
Right, don't you go like bishop d4 and then queen to f4?
So bishop d4, I thought I'll take, rook takes, and I'm actually breaking my own kind of rule that bishop on b7 has to enter the game. Right now that I'm looking what I'm doing, I'm trading the other pieces, and this idiot is still on b7. Because the plan was to go knight h5, but then I looked at the position and realized, no, I don't like it. Knight h5, once again, you can take, you can go knight b5. No, I just don't like it for black. Could it be that we are trying to equalize in a position which already isn't?
It's not.
Yeah, kind of isn't equal.
Like after d5. Yeah. This is this is better for white for sure. The activity of the pieces and the space advantage in the center, it's already they're the evidence of white's advantage. So it's looking good for Magnus, I guess. And time situation as well.
Time situation is looking very, very nice for Magnus. He's got 1 hour, 22 minutes. His opponent has 52 minutes and ticking down. Magnus looking like he's doing Magnus things. Someone else who is in tip-top shape is Hikaru Nakamura. He's had 2 rather smooth games. And he's been bashing out a whole load of opening moves. Let's go down. He's got the black pieces. And he's facing off against 21-year-old Vahidov, Asian continental champion.
Yes. So we left it off after here, e6, and Vahidov was thinking what to do. We analyzed queen d1. This is the standard plan in this position, but he chose Yovi's plan, knight a3. Did you coach him by any chance?
No, this is old knowledge. knight a3 to go knight c4. I mean, it was like a formula. We had some Garry Kasparov. I think it was against Nicholas Pert from some simul that he did. And he played a very similar setup. And he was going a4, knight a3, knight c4. And it was like, sit there and enjoy the space. And, well, okay, now we see some trades in the middle of the board. Knight takes.
B takes, e takes. Okay, looks like
somewhat of a strange sequence, I want to say.
It is, black does have this beautiful pawn structure, but on the other hand, white has the 2 bishops, target on a6, and this potential to get that outside pass pawn in an endgame, destabilize with c4.
Right. So
yeah, interesting.
it's a big question. How do we... so he has played rook a to d1, so that was the last move.
Yeah, knight... Yeah, that hasn't appeared on my board. I don't know what happened. I promise you, I didn't touch anything.
Okay. All right, so rook a d1. Which side do I like better? Maybe white, because it has a pair of bishops. And what else, Miro?
Better pawn structure that you would argue, right?
Yeah.
Which I'm not entirely sure of.
And there we see on the camera that Hikaru's made a move.
Must be some a5 or something.
I think
Yeah.
some queen move.
A queen move, moving away from the d file. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's queen,
Queen to
c8.
c8.
Yeah.
Queen to c8, not to c7. Interestingly.
Maybe because, I don't know, bishop f4.
Maybe to overprotect the a6 pawn so that he can go rook b8.
That's one idea. Sure. Yes, I like it. Yep. Queen c8 and probably exchange one of the bishops to c5. Bishop c5, rook b8. Yeah, black is doing okay. There are some good plans to be made, but white is also doing very fine.
How is white going to improve?
Hang on. I have an update.
Yeah?
Salem has drawn the game.
Yeah.
That endgame that you said dull. Yes,
It
indeed.
was.
And at just that moment, Salem walks into the room.
Yeah,
Well
speaking
timed.
of which, we actually have Salem right now in the studio. I'm so sorry. It was not me, Salem. It was Miro who said it was dull. I said it was interesting.
I didn't say the game was dull. I said the position was dull when it was clear that it'll simplify into the opposite colored bishops.
So we saw it up to this point, yeah, after rook d1. Yeah, and then takes. Oh, he indeed took the
Yes.
knight, and then okay, instead of taking it back, b5. All right, and bishop here, but yeah, nothing is much going on. I think the players were just waiting to pass the 30 moves to overdraw. Okay, and yes. All right, so that's it. That's it. 2.5 out of 3. Still very solid. Still, whatever happens in Magnus's game, Salem is still in the lead. Ahead of him.
Not a bad place to be, right? Guaranteed to be half a point ahead
Irene
of
with a
Magnus
casual
Carlsen.
roast there. Okay, so
Okay. Back to
good solid
the top
draw
once again.
from Salem there. Let's.
What is going on with oh, look at
Yeah,
this.
let's go
Anish.
back to
Okay,
Right.
so
Let me talk.
okay, we are gonna dive straight into this Anish Giri against Aditya, and
It's reverse bone cloud in the middle game.
What?
King d2 and king e7.
Please don't mention this on the
Okay.
stream of a serious tournament. There is
okay,
it's not an
let's.
opening.
Can we rewind to
Okay.
see how this craziness
but-
happened?
Yeah, this.
It was up to this, right?
Yeah, we
Knight
left it.
d3.
This was normal, right? And then
Bishop
what
d7.
happened?
Well, I think
Knight
these guys
d5.
taking Kramnik's suggestion to play without castles way too serious. I mean, they're still allowed to castle in this tournament.
They should be invited to Düsseldorf next year, yeah?
Yeah. No, but if you're serious though, say e5 pawn stayed on the board. Yeah, and that's a funny moment because
Okay,
it doesn't
here,
matter
yeah.
what you take it with, if not the king, then e5 pawn falls.
That is the
Yeah.
reason. Okay. All right.
So king to d2, but maybe he's not unhappy with it.
And rook a7, can you please explain this mirror to me? What is
It's a
rook
deep
a7?
move. no,
No, seriously.
no,
I fail to
seriously,
understand this.
let me try to understand it myself before I'll explain it to you.
You really put us on the spot though, Irene. Rook a7.
Yeah,
I would never have ever predicted that one. I mean, I would have thought castles.
I mean, I understand that knight wants to go to b6, right? But is it the only way? I mean, in a hindsight, it looks like now it makes sense because you want to play rook a7 and then followed by b5 maybe. But again,
okay. Could it be that we go kind of on reverse? Like, what else do you play?
well, you can play
And
queen c7.
Queen c7.
What
Queen c7.
else?
Queen c7.
Yeah, queen c7, but then perhaps some rook c1 happens and you're not sure. So rook a7 prepares b5. That's my understanding, right? The other kind of move I would like to play would be castle shot, but then indeed it runs into knight b6.
b6.
So maybe that's an explanation.
Okay.
And if
Maybe-
you play b5 immediately, perhaps there was some tactic which
That's it.
I can't see it right now. But
Let's see it.
yeah, so b5. Logically, you give a check on d6, right?
E7.
King e7, and you do something.
Maybe
Knight
he's
G-
afraid of knight to g5 or knight
E5,
takes.
knight e5 though.
I think just rook c1, rook hc1, like
H to
this.
c1 or A to c1? It's not clear.
H. And I'll reroute the king to e1, f1.
Wow, that's way too long. I mean,
It's-
you go to c1 and then you make kind of a long castle if needed, right?
Yeah.
rook AC1, and then, no, I believe it's AC1. The other rook on E1 is very nice, right?
But the resulting position is quite similar as well. Like, take a look, rook A7.
A7, A4.
A4,
Yeah, well,
B5.
that's even funnier.
Takes, knight D6,
Knight D6,
king E7, and H4.
H4, yeah, why not?
So,
Why not? But honestly, I don't understand it at all. I mean, first of all, I don't understand the position, obviously, yeah, so disclaimer. But not only that, if you pay attention to the clock, so black, it's move 19. Black pretty much is like playing a tempo, right? 1 hour 24, so it means like I'm ready and I have to double check little things. Right, so I don't believe like he was ready to move 15 and then he made his decisions his next 5 moves. So he still feels like the position is familiar. And I mean, you have to have huge analysis to, to remember this particular position. Move 19 with both kings being in the center. And yeah, and Anish is down to 40 minutes. And honestly, like what white does, to me, makes a lot of sense. I mean, yeah, like once again, obviously, I cannot calculate all the tactics, kind of all the lines behind it, but from the looks of it, yeah, white plays kind of a good attacking game. H4 disturbed from that side, disturbed from this side, but God knows, maybe just knight e5 will work at some point and you're pawn down. So that's an issue.
Yeah, well, judging by the clock times, it don't have to be Sherlock to know that he's in his preparation. So in that case, he should be following the computer recommendation, which is just to play Queen A8 or Rook A4.
Queen 8 or
Queen A8. Yeah, Queen
A8.
A8. Yeah, I know.
Queen A8, you are fighting for an A file. Yeah,
So,
funny enough.
okay.
But yeah, since we are looking at kind of realm of possibilities, can we ask a simple question? Like, if I take the rook, I take the pawn. How bad is it? I mean, just to have an idea.
Promise me you'll take the pawn, yeah? Promise
Rook
me you'll take the
A1.
pawn. Promise me you'll take the pawn.
No, take-
I meant black.
Well, are you not going to
takes
play
on
with Queen
E1.
takes?
Yeah, the Queen A8 is, quite a sophisticated move to play. So
Nice.
let me,
Rook, yeah, it is very sophisticated, but the fact that he's just blitzing it out suggests... So after rook takes rook, queen takes rook.
Yep.
wait a second.
And if you take the pawn, isn't it just
There's
queen
queen
A4
A5.
check? Queen A5 check.
Well, I'm not...
There's a king on D2.
Ladies, I'm sorry, but I was talking about the different pawn. I meant black instead of... let's imagine who doesn't know Queen
Nice
A8
flex.
is the move. So black captures on A1 and takes on E5. Kind of
Okay,
trying
okay.
to claim that I'm solving my problems,
this.
at least partially. Like rook A1, knight C takes on E5. How bad is that? Okay, so that was the point I was mentioning.
Okay.
So knight C takes on E5, and I would guess you capture back, question mark?
Yes, I will capture back.
Knight takes, yeah, queen D6.
D6.
You have to do that because just to show, after knight takes knight, queen takes, and then you do have a check on G5.
Yeah, if
Which
knight
looks-
takes, queen queen D6, then there is queen G5.
And there's also, you can take the pawn on
You
G7.
can take on G7.
But
so that's,
I don't know, it gets a bit wild because the king on D2 ain't exactly safe.
So what is the best move in this position after knight C takes E5?
we take, I guess. Knight takes, queen takes D6, and we pretend that we have compensation.
Hang on
Which
a
we
second.
probably don't. Take on D7. Ah, yeah, bravo.
Oh yeah. Where does this knight go, right? And queen E5 is coming. Yeah, looks lost.
So if we are trying to be clever, can we give an intermediate check on B4? I don't believe in this position, but just to illustrate, like when white captures on D7 in this line, yeah, let's give a check on B4 and then take with the king.
King D1 takes
Yeah,
with the
king
king.
D1 takes with the king.
Okay, first of all, rook A7.
Check.
Yeah.
And then
case.
rook
And the whole point, of course, was to go to D6, but no, this can't be
queen
right. This can't be
here, for
right. Yeah,
example.
queen C2 resigns.
C2,
or
right?
something
Or queen
like that.
C2, yeah.
Queen C2 resigns.
Yep, queen C2 is better. Yeah, so that pawn on e5 cannot be captured.
Cannot
then.
be captured, and that's why.
Where was I?
After h4, right? Yep.
Yep.
That's why Black played Queen a8, not spending too much time.
Has he played Queen A8?
Yes, he did.
He did.
Yeah, okay.
After,
Well, he's...
say, spending some 4 or 5 minutes.
This kid.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
Just reading out those moves of analysis. Okay, so let's have a look here. You have to do something about your rook. Either you give way
Look,
or you take.
I just realized, like, if you go rook c1, a to c1, that is, then it's black who's attacking. I mean, black can play like rook a2, queen a5, and your king is in danger. So it's a really, really weird position here.
Yeah, it's a weird line to begin with. Yeah. Okay. Things are still unclear. Yeah.
Unclear favorite assessment, by the way.
Yeah. when you're not certain of something, just.
Do you possibly?
But can we leave with an assessment after rook takes rook?
So queen a8, yeah. Queen
Yeah,
A8.
like
Rook takes rook. Queen takes rook.
yeah. And now, what should white be doing? Because bear in mind, it's very disconcerting. Your opponent barely used any time on the clock. Anish is having to navigate all of these complications. Like, is he going to go rook c1, get the king out of dodge? Is he just going to move the queen? And so try to hide the king on e2.
Yes,
maybe rook c1. And then king d1 if there's a check on a5.
kind of cheating a little bit, looking at the engine moves. And so far, like, both played very, very good game. And now, yes, if you trade on a7, and you probably should.
He did,
yeah,
he did.
And rook to c1, well, at least according to
Yes.
not so strong online engine, is the only move that keeps equality for white. Because otherwise, perhaps e5 drops, or like the king is very awkward. So rook h to c, well, the remaining rook to c1.
It happened already, and now
He did play rook c1 as well.
He did.
Wow. Could this be that they both know the line? It's just Giri spends that much time.
You know, Giri, yeah, he could be pretending that he doesn't know. In fact, he knows it very well.
Such a complex line.
It is a complex line, and it is a complex position, and certainly it is a question of who has prepared the better one, who's able to navigate the complications. We'll keep an eye on this game for sure. And let's move down to Rasulov against Erigaisi, because when we left it, it was still very much in the realms of theory.
Wow.
But Erigaisi got in his desired b4 pawn break.
Wow. I never see this plan of blacks before, doubling on the b file in this position. Or maybe I just haven't seen enough games yet, Miro.
I don't know.
Like stakes. Have you seen this? Knight b3, a5.
It's like, what, move 17, still pretty much Sicilian. Yeah, it's rook f to b8. I wouldn't call it a plan, to be honest. I mean, he just doubled the rooks. It's not that much of a plan. I think b4, a takes, rook takes, been played a lot. It's been played, I think, much more often when white castled long. Yeah, like in various knight moves you have. Up to the point that, you know, still with the pawn on b7, it's very tempting in various knight moves to go rook c8. And in some lines, it happens to be a loss of a tempo, because later on you have to go rook c8 to b8 in order to push b5 in order to push b4. Here, no, I mean, I would just claim that it looks fairly normal. White's last move, though, queen g3 to f3, kind of not understanding what it means one thing. White is no longer planning to checkmate the black king. Like if you're starting, well, maybe he does, but not immediately. Eventually, that's the goal of a game, though. If you're planning to win, right? You have to, you have to say it might be.
Or could it be like the idea of queen f3 is to prepare for g4?
To push g4.
Evgenij would be happy to see that.
I feel like it might be a bit too optimistic. However, now that I'm thinking of it, the knight on c6, which very often is traded by now, it's a bit of an obstacle in why in black's kind of yeah. I mean, it's good to have it. It's better than to be a piece down. But other than that, how do you make progress? Well, A4 is A4 ever?
It's just a free pawn, right?
Yeah, like you can take with the knight is my problem. Like rook takes, I thought I'm being clever. Like takes knight to b4, and then this one's hanging. If you trade the rooks, but you just take with the knights. It is a free pawn after all.
Yeah, just knight a4.
But yeah, I mean, black has to look for some ideas like that.
It's interesting though, because if his plan is a4, shouldn't he have put his rook on a8?
Yeah, but it might not help a4 all that much, right?
Yeah, if rook on a8, there is knight b5, something, something along the line. So what could maybe bishop f8? Maybe just waiting move, because it's still not clear what white is going to do anyway.
Yeah, that'd be very, very Sicilian, if I may ask, if I may say so. Like bishop f8, g4, g6, right? Like g5. Yeah, but still, like after g5, well, knight h5 is the move, but usually you would prefer to go to d7, like if you're talking like old Karpov Kasparov games and so on. Like the real Scheveningen, so to speak, the classics of Scheveningen. You'd prefer to go to d7. In this position, somehow we are not in time, yeah?
Oh, well,
g6.
G6 played?
Yeah, well, makes sense. Yeah. g6. Fair enough.
Yeah, you're not wasting tempo to f8.
Yeah, like the feeling is that at some point, if white pushes it too hard, like g4 and we might find a kind of proper moment to strike in the center.
If g4 happens here...
Here I still don't see how it works.
h5.
I mean, you can do some funny stuff, like go, say, d5, e5, knight takes g4. It's funny, but it doesn't work. But I mean, there are already some ideas of this nature. Like knight takes, queen takes, knight e5, knight d3. But b3 is not hanging in the end because after knight... Yeah, like if queen takes, knight takes, white just drops the queen back. But it's already kind of getting close, right? Maybe knight takes, queen takes d4? Who knows?
Yeah.
So there are some tactical tricks for black for sure. And that makes those Scheveningen positions very hard to play for both sides. So the moment the structure is defined, like say white went e5, black went d5, or vice versa, right? Or e5, f5, we have a bit of a clarity in the center, and then you know where you want to put your knight, what planet there is. But as long as it is flexible, like say you are playing white, like as long as it's flexible, pretty much on every move you have to calculate, can he go d5? What happens if he goes d5? Can he go d5 again? And that's very annoying.
Yeah, it is very annoying. But can white not also build? Because I like this idea of g4. I did not like the idea of allowing this d5 tactical shot. So go h3.
After...
Instead of g4. Instead of g4. Just h3.
Slow.
Let's wait until you've gone bishop f8.
That could be.
Because the idea is still valid, right? g4 and then maybe go g5 and then f5.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let me try bishop f8.
And
you want to go g4?
yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah. I'll wait again. Bishop g7.
Okay, let's...
G7.
And here, because it's analysis, let's show no hesitation and go g5.
g5. Okay. And h5. f5. No, f5 is there is knight e5.
Yeah, it's a little bit too much.
Okay, now we have to actually play positionally. The knight's offside on h5. Cannot go f5 because knight e5 is happening. Now we...
It still is a very, very tricky position.
Okay, I'd like to interrupt. Sorry, but
Yes, yes. Tell us.
Many people are crowding the first board, so shall we take a look at what's happening on the first board?
Some simplification.
Let's
Wait
see
a
it, yeah?
second. Wait
We'll come
a
back
second.
to this game,
So
but let's take a
after
look at Magnus's game.
d5, after d5 on move 14.
Maybe we can have Miro's board on the screen instead?
Yeah, well, if we can. I'm not sure. I don't think we looked at this move at all, right? So knight to c5 first.
Yeah.
Bishop c2.
So, by the way, this
Yep.
knight c5 was played after a very, very long think.
Absolutely.
Bishop c2.
I just briefly mentioned that, yeah, perhaps you can give away the whole idea of playing c6, go knight c5, a5, and kind of, it's not a pleasant position, but maybe you can live with it. And Magnus's opponent decided to kind of try to do a little bit of both. So he jumped to c5, and then he went c6. And after queen to d2, still not sure what's wrong with king to h7. It's not a dream position. I wouldn't like be playing with black. Oops, not king h8 for sure. Anyway, black captured on d5. It was cd5, knight e4. All traded on e4, bishop h6, rook e1, rook e1, traded on h6, bishop d5. So the question is, what happens after this move, right?
Yeah, that
I
looks
guess
like an automatic move.
this,
Queen
this,
f6, check.
this, and there is not much. There is not much that I can see, at least. Like we've played, like remember yesterday's discussion, we've played all the happy moves, like a check, a threat, a check, and we ran out of good moves, and then it's not clear how to continue. So could this be that this one is just, you know, a playable position, and in fact, perhaps, white doesn't have to play knight g5 at all? But what bothers me, like, yeah, you can do this. Okay, that changes a lot. So you can do this, and originally, I thought bishop a2 is the thing, but it's not, because you come from the other side, knight c6 and knight to e7. Wait,
Bishop e6.
wins.
no,
Threatening
sorry.
the lady as well.
Checking.
Yeah, so that's why after knight d4, and after queen f6, queen d2, it's, again, I'm not sure if it's anything. So what I'm sure I've saved my a2 pawn, because this looks like I'm trapping the bishop.
Well, you can go
But-
a5.
Yeah, a5 and rook d1, right? I thought, yeah, this looks I'm gonna take the bishop next move.
Yeah.
But black's not forced. Black's not forced, and I have a kind of a beautiful blocker on d4, whatever. But like if it be some other, I say, black has the d4 pawn, d6 pawn isolated, and I have the majority on the king side, but it's kind of a weird majority, because in the middle game, can I really push the g pawn h pawn? I'm not sure. So might be that black is just okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
But-
tricky.
And
But Magnus going to show us, I believe.
if we were to revisit the knight to g5 line,
Knight to g5.
because it is the most
Yeah,
forcing move,
Black
threatening
doesn't really have.
queen f6. Okay, and now we just make a move.
What about, would you like my move? Rook e7.
Oh, that's a beautiful move.
I don't know what it does.
Because I cannot take. No, I mean,
Yeah.
achieves achieves the goal of me not being able to take it, because it's a checkmate. That's right. So we deploy the rook on the 7th rank. We are very happy with it.
You are very happy, but I'm going to actually grab material. Because you could play like that. That would be sensible, but I'm not being sensible. I want to take the pawn on b2.
Well, yeah, you can do
But
this.
okay, I just want to show.
Yep. Sorry. So once again,
I just-
knight to g5,
Yeah.
to f6. Then we came up with this
Right,
beautiful.
yeah,
rook to
and I
e7.
just want to show that queen takes pawn
Is not a good move,
is not a good move, no.
because
And this is
you
where
check,
Irene's genius plan.
you check, and it's a checkmate on the next move.
Yeah.
But if instead
You are sensible.
Just rook
You-
c8.
Rook
Yeah.
Rook c8.
There's a big question who's checkmating whom, because Black has an idea of rook c1 check, followed by queen f4, and rook h1 will be a checkmate. And that's, once again, we might be back to, say, point A, where we've made all the happy moves and somehow are still unhappy. Yeah, so rook e7.
Yeah, rook e7 is one of those moves that I would think like it talks a lot but says very little.
Yeah, but then, once again, rook e7, if we don't play rook e7, do we play knight g5 at all? So that's the big question. That's why Magnus thinks.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, another idea.
Rup-
No, but I do want to put my knight out of the way because his bishop takes knight happening.
So knight to g5, say.
So knight, yeah, queen f6. I was thinking about making moves like rook to d1. With no care.
I'm not being sensible. Yeah, I could still play a sensible rook c8, by the way, but yeah, but that's a nice pawn on a2, and
Also, you can take on b2 if you want, I guess. If Black just wants to get a draw because the bishop is not really hanging.
right. No, but seriously, I think like if we put the pieces that way, like the knight on g5 and queen on h6, and end up not checkmating, that then these guys are not doing much. Like, these guys are not doing much, and then with Black, if I feel like safe, I won't be checkmate. I might get, you know, a little bit more ambitious than a draw even.
Yeah, he went knight d4.
He went knight d4, yeah, so that's kind of more solid, but regrettably, like, I would claim, once again, maybe it's a bold claim, but if, let's say, if you give White one more move and he can play, say, queen f4, not let queen f6 happen, like, White should be much better. So that's so also kind of important to understand. So queen f4, and then I'll be pushing the h-pawn.
Okay.
So that's probably vital for Black to go here. Oops, again, I'm unable to delete those arrows. Yeah, queen f6. And here I wish there was some like tactic, like knight f5 something, but there isn't. There isn't. Ooh.
Going to
So we
g4.
are getting advised, yes, regrettably viewers cannot hear it, right? But yeah, we have, it's not a small studio, so we are pretty much sitting in a, what you would call it, like auditorium. Right?
Yeah.
And we have some viewers from time to time, and this time we are, as one of our viewers is Mr. Salem himself. So a suggestion to go knight h2, which upon consideration makes some sense, right? It makes, in fact, a lot of sense. Like knight g4, knight f6, or h6. We don't know, right?
Maybe bishop e6?
Yeah, and if bishop e6, then rook takes, pawn
Takes.
takes, and give
Yeah.
a check. And then, yeah, and then, yeah, like you probably take this one.
Queen e7.
And then you go queen d5.
Could also consider this.
King e8 is fine.
Yeah, but is White in any
Yeah, White
in
is
any
not-
danger?
yeah, White is not in any
White shouldn't
danger.
be. White shouldn't be in any danger. Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe the king runs all the way to b7, and you know, and then the d pawn promotes. So you never know. So that would be one way of really sharpening the game up. But after knight h2, on the other hand, you might not be forced to do this.
Wait, can you not play queen f6?
Yeah, like you play queen f6, knight g4.
Queen
and-
g7.
Whoa, this is serious. Rook to e5.
Wow.
This is, and it looks like it wins, right? It's like, unless, I mean, we could, of course, start analyzing this stuff, but we won't. But we won't. No, but that's a very nice find, knight h2. Magnus, however, went to d4, and he's still... Yeah, that's what I'm afraid what will happen. So his opponent, I think this position is better compared to what we had like after d5 and so on. So relatively kind of improved for Black, but his opponent going to lose simply because, you know, it's still strategically complex enough. and he's getting low and low on time. But yeah, we'll see. See.
Yeah, we will see what Black chooses to play. Will he play Queen f6? Will he make another improving move? Will he try to perhaps make an a5 move? We will find out. But I think it's the perfect time for us to take a short break as the players now enter into the middle game phase and things are getting critical. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in a few minutes.
Grandmaster Alisher Suleimyanov from Kazakhstan won against Magnus Carlsen. Please tell us, how do you feel right now?
I don't know what to say, honestly.
Shock?
I still can't believe what happened, that it is reality. Yeah, before the game, honestly, I was dreaming about the draw, and I thought the draw would be a fantastic result. And, I talked to my coach today during the breakfast, just by phone, and he told me, like, don't think about the win, like, the draw would be absolutely fantastic result for you. So just play according to the position. But yeah, that's what happened.
You sacrificed a piece on f7, then you sacrificed an exchange on d5. You have calculated this from the distance, probably.
Yeah, when I played Queen b3, I already was intending to sacrifice on f7. And honestly, I didn't calculate till the very end because it really felt like it's just absolutely winning for white. And of course, I saw knight d4 from the far that when I played knight d4, he played knight d4. Yeah? So he could have played knight e7, and at the first glance, it looks like after knight e7, there's no attack. But I have knight queen f3 check, king g8, and then knight c6. And I'm just trapping his queen because he cannot go queen b7 in view of knight takes e7 check, knight e7, and queen takes b7. And that's the tactic that is working there. So that's why knight d4 actually works, and it's probably the cleanest way.
Right, we saw you on cameras that you were very confident, you were not showing too much of the emotions that a person can feel when you're winning against the best chess player. What you were feeling during the game? Were you thinking, I'm gonna win this game? Or what was the moment you knew that that was your game?
I think after he played bishop to e7, I already felt that I'm just winning, and the only thing that I need to care about is just to calculate variation properly, all the variations that I need to calculate. And yeah, I tried to be calm. Of course, because of the fact that I knew I was winning, I mean, it was very tough, but somehow I managed to not show the nerves. Of course, I had some nerves, but I tried to not to show them. First of all, not to show my opponents that I'm nervous.
Right. You just became the Grandmaster this year, right? Can you please tell us a little bit about your chess career? What was the last tournament that you played?
Actually, my last tournament was 19th Asian Games, recently in Hangzhou. So I played very badly there, honestly. Yeah, my mood was not so great before the tournament, but I was trying to somehow come back to my normal routine and so on. So yeah, my last tournament finished just like on the 7th of October.
All right. Our commentators were speculating what was your chess style. How can you describe your chess style in one word, according to what we have seen today?
In one word? I don't know, let's say calculative.
And after winning the first rated chess player at Qatar Masters, who's the next? What is your plan for this event? What's the goal that you came here in Qatar?
Honestly, my goal was just to play much better, or at least slightly better, than in the 19th Asian Games, which was held in Hangzhou, China, team event. So I didn't have any specific goals. I just wanted to play better than the previous tournaments.
Right. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
and best of the luck for the remaining games.
Thanks a lot.
welcome to the coverage of day 3 of the Qatar Masters Open. And we've had an interesting start, lots of fascinating games. And we also have a very special guest in the studio. Here with us is Grandmaster Salam, who is dying to analyze and get stuck into those games that we mentioned. And well, first of all, I have to ask you, how is it like competing in this event and to see it back after 8 years?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure. I played in Qatar Masters the first 2 editions. And in fact, the first one, I did very well. It was my best result among this level. And yeah, also in 2016, there was the World Blitz and Rapid, where in Blitz it was so far my best result. So hopefully this will continue here in Doha.
Well, we certainly hope so. Also, we hope that you join us more in the studio. And, well, we saw some analysis there of Magnus Carlsen's game. Do you think Magnus will manage to win this position?
Yeah, it's a very interesting position. It's very unusual because the structure, like the pawn on d6, I was telling Mero that Black would maybe be happy to play this position without the pawn on d6.
Right. Then I'm sorry to interrupt, but as soon as we get the analysis board on the screen, yeah, we can show everyone what has happened, and yeah, but
yeah,
right you are.
And it's coming. Your wish is my command.
Yeah, so this pawn on d6, if Black lose it, if you just remove it from the board, I think Black would be happier because then this bishop on d5 will become more stable, especially if the rook comes to d8. But generally, I would think that, okay, Magnus is very happy. It's a stable position. He can play forever. He's known, okay, he's strong in every position, but this is his trademark. Yeah? He's stable. He can move forever. And opponents, okay, his opponent is also low on time. So it's going to be a torture.
And you've played Magnus yourself many times.
Yes,
What's
and actually,
it like facing him?
In a very similar position, I lost to him, by the way. When he could shuffle forever, it was around equal. It was a rapid game. But he keeps on asking questions, and it's not always obvious what is the correct answer. Yeah.
And yeah, it's a difficult opponent to face. And okay, whilst you're here, let's move on to other games. So let's take a quick look at Hikaru's game and give our verdict there. And then I know that you guys were both rather excited about the Anish Giri's game because there was
yeah. So Hikaru's game last time we've seen was some time ago, somewhere here.
It was a while ago, and
Right.
there was a discussion about the White's bishop pair, White's potential on the queen side, whereas Black's stable in the center. What happened next?
Yeah, so bishop to d4. So White, well, the interesting fact about, I don't know, maybe you'll correct me, but the interesting fact in this structure, but bishop's pair, that you can't really use it much.
Yeah.
Like Black puts the bishop on f6, and if you don't want to trade, what do you do? So it looks fairly logical. Bishop f6, knight f6, and c4 is perhaps a clever move.
Yeah, I thought that actually with the pair of bishop, if you would have gotten c4, that would be a big achievement. This is where maybe the 2 bishops will start telling. But after exchanging this dark squared bishop, it's okay, it's still interesting, but White lost some of the potential.
Yeah, I would agree. Like in terms of getting a big advantage, right? So it's much harder. So rook c8, traded a pair of rooks, a5, rook d1, h6, queen f3, rook a7, b3, and that's the current position we have.
Yeah, and I don't know, to my eyes, it looks like Hikaru is slightly worse, I would say. You know, the bishop is better than the knight, White has this outside passed pawn, and if you trade off queens, then the rook and bishop will work very well.
Yeah, I think it's important to know which pieces to trade here, because in trade of queens, maybe White can get something. If we trade rooks, I'm not so sure. If we trade both major pieces, depends also of the king placement. Yeah, this is because of the majority on the queen side. I think that yeah, it's slightly better for White because of the pieces and because of the activity as well. Yeah, the rook on a7, queen on b8, they are not centralized. So, but it's nothing dramatic.
So the moves I would kind of try to make work. I think, yeah, like rook d7, something comes to mind. If it kind of doesn't blunder badly, then yeah, I wouldn't mind trading the rooks. And moreover, honestly, like first move that I wanted to make, like queen on b8 is really misplayed.
Yeah.
So if I can play queen e5 and get away with it, once again, I'm allowing some nasty checks, so I'm not sure, but...
Yeah, but also after queen e5, if you, for example, get g5, king g7, then you would feel much more stable.
Absolutely.
And also potentially h5, g4, because blacks, it looks crazy to push those pawns around your king, but blacks' majority is on the king side. And yeah, I mean, this knight gives safety for black's king. If g5, king g7, h5, g4 then happens, then black can get also ambitious.
Right.
Yeah, so you think that Hikaru can even potentially squeeze out a win from this
Yeah, I
position?
think it's still, it looks like boring position, but I think it has a potential.
Right, it can still be anybody's game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, interesting position because visually it just looks like white is better. You know, the white's queen is going to come into c6 and then, you know, try to trade itself.
Yeah, like I'm looking at the last moves, and it might have been that white had something, you know, a little bit more fine of a move, like queen e3, you know. So b3 does not really improve your, say, situation on the queen side that much.
Yeah,
So if you
yeah,
could
it's
say
just
that-
a solid move. Okay, protecting the bishop, protecting the pawn, but
Yeah.
also it's you are putting your pawns on light squares, which you sometimes have to avoid. Here, it's probably not a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move to Anish.
Let's move on
All
to
the action.
There was a lot of action. First of all, poor Anish, he was facing an opponent who just kept out blitzing those moves. You know, it's a
very
super
unpleasant.
sharp position, and your opponent has like 1 hour and 34 minutes. Just depressing. But okay. Now looking at the clock times, I can see that things have stabilized. Aditya is down to 45 minutes, Anish 34 minutes. But what about this position? I mean, it's...
So I think up to this point, like queen a8, remember we were still kind of praising the preparations.
Yes.
He had like 1 hour 20. I believe the next move didn't took him a long time
Yes,
to
that
recapture
was
the rook. Yes, so that means that on very next few moves, which was f6, and I think, okay, gf is not a move you think
And
of.
king d6 is bad. Yeah, just to see.
Well, wait a second.
It has to be checked.
Wait a second.
It's the knight hanging there.
Yes, e takes f6, king d6.
And then we
So
play
he
checkers and take the pawn.
decided against it, right? So takes over there. Do we take over there, or can we?
Yeah, you can use it as mating net, or you just collect. Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
interesting.
there is like knight
g5.
5 as an idea as well.
Yeah, it makes a lot
But
of sense.
then maybe you just take.
Yeah, but now rook c6.
Oh,
probably works.
yeah. Rook c6 and queen e6 and queen to c6 and king to b8
and collect on b5, and then we see what happens.
yeah.
Bring the knight.
You take this.
You know,
Bishop h3,
yesterday-
96.
Yeah, yesterday I was saying that a lot of the best attackers in the world are actually not great calculators. They just play intuitively.
Intuitive,
Yeah,
Yeah,
like-
you believe there is something.
Yeah.
exactly. Just collect
Brilliant.
is going to be my new catchphrase. Collect.
EF6, GF6 anyway. And yeah, what I was starting to say that apparently this position was, I don't know, Aditya didn't like something or finally was on his own because he spent 40 minutes like on next few moves.
Yeah,
It was this.
yeah, f6 makes sense because white's knight on d6 is very strong. Yeah, so it undermines this knight. It opens the king, but you also get center if nothing happens.
Rook
Then
C8
rook
and
C8, yeah.
H5. And now he is thinking again.
So, of course, it's tempting to go to e5. What's wrong with that? That would be a first question.
Nothing. And one of the joys of being a commentator is we can simply take back. So
Yeah.
put it on the board in the middle.
It's a 95. Any, don't know, crazy tactics? Not
Do we
really,
have-
right?
A result there?
Result on...
What board is that? So that looks...
That's the Yakuboyev game, no?
Yakuboyev, they've
No, that
made a
looks like...
draw
No,
quite some
it's
time.
Kevlishvili against Vahidov.
Kevlishvili against Vahidov, is it? No.
I think it's Yakuboyev.
Oh, yeah, Kaboyev, yeah.
Kovlev's game. And yeah, there's...
Repetition?
I want to see something weird happen, because I've seen the result being a draw on move 20 after queen a3, and I thought it cannot be.
Yeah, it's illegal.
It's simply not allowed by the rules. Not to mention it's one of the the most interesting positions in the round.
Yeah.
And then and it turns out that they've played quite a few moves, but it's kind of was transmitted all in once. So it's this d5, rook to e5, and don't ask me why all those moves, but it seems like it was
maybe rook h5 to exchange this monster on h1. Yeah.
Rook h5, super entertaining game. Yes, a check here, king h7. Yes, and if you take the rook, I take the bishop, so that's why white.
That position is also unclear. Yeah.
You mean from white's perspective?
Yeah, okay. First, you take on h5.
Yeah, you take on h5 indeed. King g8, SA check again. King h7, and you take the rook, and he takes the bishop
g2.
and king g2.
So what is the count? First of all, it's equal material. Those pawns on the queen side looks dangerous, but okay, you also have your own.
Right, they're not running
too far.
anywhere.
Too far.
They are not running anywhere.
And also black's king looks...
Yeah.
You can see a world where e5 happens and then the bishop comes and gives a check and...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I've realized why we are shown this position. Because king h7, or where it was, queen h5, and the game said, queen h5, king g8 draw, but it's move 27, and it's not yet a threefold repetition. So I think they kind of agreed a draw because, it's a repetition, but I think arbiter had to interfere and make them, I don't know, play
but
moves.
If I'm an arbiter, I would ask him, why do you make a draw here? You continue the game, it looks very interesting.
that would be interesting, actually. If the arbiters had power of refusal, they said no.
Yeah, no, you have to keep going. Yeah.
No repetition either. Keep it going.
What's going on, and then they are back to this position. What happens here? Look.
Maybe that's exactly what the arbiter said.
You have to play.
Yeah, keep playing.
Don't make a draw. The position is too interesting.
Yeah.
Anyway, and there is no more draw as the result, so it was cancelled.
Okay.
I don't know.
Maybe there was a draw claim by a player, and then they checked, because I saw the players checking the score sheet for a very long time.
Yes, exactly. So it wasn't a normal game. There's something has happened, but we wouldn't know.
Okay.
Let's go back to Giri. Anyway.
Interesting. So, yeah.
Is this our move or?
Yes, knight
knight
to
to
g5 was
G5
just played
played
by Aditya Mittal. Knight e5. As much as I want to kind of sacrifice something, I don't see.
You don't have enough pieces, yeah? This king has to go to g1, yeah? Stop chilling on d2.
Right, so maybe we just do go. Yeah, but seriously, like, okay, he takes. I presume.
Yeah, probably black has to take.
Back.
Now
that you've mentioned going to g1, I'm thinking like
he's put the king.
He did play it.
He did play it.
Yeah.
I was thinking like maybe you give a check first to prevent king from going to e1. So.
But then king will go to e2. So after we exchange on c8, I will go queen c2, I guess. And
so knight takes, for instance, right? And then we take this guy, and we go queen c2.
Yeah.
And some threats of queen c5.
So what was his point? Because why would you allow queen c2?
Yeah, so queen f5, king d1 played.
He's not playing f4 check? He did?
He still does give those checks, right? Queen a4, but what's the point? Like if I...
So he took the c2 square.
And now the queen controls c2.
Yeah, now is knight takes knight. Or do you give another check?
I think immediately, because... Yeah, you are controlling c2. It might be important.
Yeah, like takes on c8, and there is no queen c2, queen c5, and so on.
Yeah, and also you're threatening to go queen b3.
There's queen a1 check. Yeah, there's queen a1 check.
Yeah.
There's queen a1 check, and if king d2,
you can actually take
knight d3. Here you can take knight d3. But king d2, what
King
happens?
d2.
And then you take on c8, yeah?
Then you probably take on c8, yeah.
So basically, black improved. The queen was on a7 to start. And
So he achieves yeah, queen will be on a4 and then even on a1.
yeah, very nice.
Okay. It's also possible to go queen c2 as well, block the check.
c2 here.
Yeah.
Yes, you can.
So if knight but then king d2, yeah.
Yeah, so this. Now you can't take the pawn. I mean, you can trade the rooks, but you can't take the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you take over there.
And now king to...
But black has no problem whatsoever, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but actually, okay, that determines what white should be playing for. Is white in trouble? Is white playing for the win?
Yeah, he will have
Is-
to understand here, yeah?
Yeah, it's...
Queen c2 will mean that, okay, he's in trouble, but he's trying to
Kind of equalize.
Yeah.
yes, equalize. Yeah, because king e1, knight e5.
Yeah, I don't see how white is not getting in trouble after
Yeah.
knight e5. That's a
There's
big
knight
problem.
c5, but it shouldn't work. Yeah, knight c5 probably rook takes c5 might work. Yeah, rook c5 and queen b4 simply.
Yeah. This and this.
Yeah,
Yeah. Also, rook, yeah.
rook takes us.
Rook takes, queen b4.
Also, no, there was queen b4 directly, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Queen d2 and knight takes d. No, it doesn't work. Yeah, no. Just rook c5.
Just rook takes knight and then check and then...
Yeah.
yeah.
Keep it simple.
Yes.
But then he moves and the rook is still hanging.
Yes.
Yeah, anyway. Anyway, we are kind of showing off a bit. Yes, but this line is not available. So queen to c2 perhaps is what he needs to do. And then you either take on e5 like that. You can
Yeah, I think
trade the queens.
take on e5 is more logical, yeah, to have this structure.
to
Pawn
pawn on
a4.
a4. And then what does white do?
Or you take on
Trade.
c1 first.
You could as well take on c1. Take this guy.
Yeah, but maybe it's... What is it? Is it dangerous really or it's equal?
Bishop
Bishop
c6
C6.
is somewhat annoying, I'm guessing, because like f5 is technically a threat. I mean, it's quite a direct threat, which is
So
strangely not easy to stop. Yeah, so f4, and say I go here,
Yeah.
and you bishop f3. Yeah, the problem is like after bishop f3, I can even say play h6 and still threaten f5. So it's a little bit annoying. Once again, maybe we already, misplayed it a little. But we'll see this one. So queen c2 played, and black at least has the option of going knight e5. So not that easy for Anish. So what do we do? Move on?
Yeah, let's move on and have a look at other games. This one's very fascinating, but whilst we have Salam here, let's maximize his brain power.
So
So this was also interesting, yeah? We saw till the moment when he played g6, I think.
right. I just want to highlight something.
Yeah. Very unusual, yeah?
I'm not sure I've seen, because I love this, like in a real game you have, I don't know, long diagonal occupied or d file or e file occupied. So my record I had in my game with black, tripled pawns on e6, e5 and e4, and then bishop on e7, bishop on e8.
Wow.
So I was transferring my bishop from d7
It was
to
intentional or...
No, it was actually a good position.
Good
It was a
position.
good position.
Good position, right.
Okay.
Anyway, I have never ever seen something on the third line like this. This is,
And everything is protected nicely.
is nice and safe. But on a serious note, though, so we've seen g7, g6, king went to h1, black went bishop f8. That's something that we were discussing. Bishop back to g1, just in case. Bishop g7, rook a3, bishop f8, rook a1.
Weird repetition, yeah?
Bishop g7, rook a3, e5 played by Arjun. So he doesn't want to repeat. And white goes bishop e3. White goes bishop e3. So
Yeah, e5 is a very common move, of course.
Yes.
weakens the d5. I mean, it gives us knight on c3 was not doing much. Now it has the d5 square.
Right. So
On the other hand, black will get also e5 square, yeah? If he ever takes on f4.
yeah. So this, I would say that this is probably the critical line to check. Like if
Yeah, I think that's why he played bishop e3, because I think after bishop 4, knight e5 does not work.
so let's say random move h3 to stop knight g4, then black takes, can put the knight on e5. And
Protecting f7, very important. That after knight d5,
knight d5 we can just take back and f7's protected.
and your queen is pinned.
Yep, right you are. So and after e5, bishop e3. If you try to do the same, knight e5, he will take, right?
Yes, and knight
No,
d5.
the other knight, knight to d5.
Yeah, takes.
Black has to take. There is a check, intermezzo, king h8, and something takes on d5.
Yes, it's. Is it the end of the line or not?
I'm not sure, because say if pawn takes, that's why I said something takes on
Well-
e5, because I'm not sure, because if pawn takes, there is e4, and as black we've lost a pawn, but we are getting a bit active at least, and white has some really strange pieces around.
Yeah.
So it can be, yeah, e4 one thing, there is also a4, right? a4 maybe...
f4,
maybe,
knight c5.
yeah, I allowed knight c5. Yeah, like e4, honestly e4 just feels right.
Yes.
I mean, open the bishop, you know.
And c2 is hanging, and then f1 is also with rook f8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the bishop is also hanging of where if
After bishop e3, Arjun has to decide.
well he's actually played a4.
A4 here.
Yeah.
A4.
A4, and it's suddenly becoming a very sharp position, you know, as we see white's pieces brewing for a kingside attack, whereas Arjun playing in a very materialistic way and potentially sacrificing the A pawn. So very sharp position. Can I quickly get your verdict? Who do you think is going to win, or what do you think the result is going to be?
I like black, so maybe Arjun would win.
Okay, and
But not because it's winning. It's just a verdict, right?
just the verdict, exactly.
Yes.
Just to hedge your bets. And going back to the Magnus game,
I don't need to see the position. I
you
think
don't, Magnus will win. And Hikaru Nakamura, do you think he will manage to grind out? He is
that
one of
I
the
have
best.
to see the position because
Okay. Miro, can you quickly
Yes, that's
bring up the position so we can
games,
have
he did play queen e5.
Salam's?
But white was tricky. So it's a check, and queen d4. And he says, yeah, let's trade. Let's
Okay.
trade the queens.
I think a draw.
Draw.
Yeah.
Okay, draw is a good result with the black pieces for Hikaru. So we will see what will happen there. And what's left is for me to thank you for joining us here in the studio. It's been an absolute pleasure hearing your
thank you for
thoughts.
having me.
And we wish you the best of luck in
Thank
the
you.
remainder of your games. I hope 2023 in Qatar is going to be massive success for you. And we're going to just take a short break whilst we get ready in the studio. So see you in a few moments. And we are back. And Irene,
Yes.
nice to have you back here sitting with us. And
Yes.
well, wasn't it nice to hear Salem's thoughts on the positions?
Yeah, very much. I would actually enjoy the spectator area because I would just listen to you all. You know? I'm sorry, the viewers are back with the weaker player on the stage right now or on the studio, but here I am again.
No, it's a pleasure to have you back, Hiss. And there you can see the playing hall where the players are playing their games. The tension, the atmosphere, one of the world's strongest opens. And there we can see some results have already been decided. We see a victory for Nordibek Abdusatorov against Bakrelayev. Bakrelayev, in fact, is just 15 years old, but he lost.
You lost.
He did lose. We don't have any other games from the top 10 apart from that.
Yeah, let's look at this one. The game that finished and then resumed, Yakuboyev against Madaminov. I mean, I'm still not sure what has happened there.
So in fact, they're still playing.
Yeah, he got resurrected.
Yeah, but I think they were kind of made by an arbiter to continue, and their reaction was that they started to repeat like moves over and over again. So now they already could agree a draw because it's past move 30.
It hasn't been declared though on the transmission.
Yeah.
So maybe there's still ongoing discussions as to whether you can like agree offer a draw, and then when the arbiter says no, you can't accept draws, and then can you really repeat moves?
Yeah, you know, some players, such as myself, when I was much younger, I'd like to annoy arbiters as well. What did you say? No draw? I'll keep playing on.
No, I was a good girl. When an arbiter told me off, I went, oh, okay, I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, so we don't quite know what's happening there. Maybe it's a draw, maybe it's still in play. We'll find out later on. Well, basically, if the players return or not. That's a pretty good indicator. So let's go back. And Irene, did you see anything? Like one game that really did appeal to me, primarily because we got the predictions right in the opening, was the game between Gregory Kaidanov and Sindarov. We guessed the continuation in the opening, but now, fast forward, we're now in an endgame, and just a spot assessment. Who do you think is better? Or is no one better?
Yeah, may I give you my expert opinion that black is a pawn up?
Yeah.
Will this work? Will this work as an assessment?
I did not count pawns, so I committed the cardinal sin there. I admit to that. But okay, does white have enough to hold the draw? Obviously, if all the rooks come off the board, it will be just easy draw. But white is pretty active.
So, what I think about this position, whoever gets to the king is going to win. White gets the rook on h8, it's a checkmate. If black gets to take on f3 the pawn with a check, then he also takes the bishop and he wins.
Yep.
I love those kind of assessments. Whoever checks first wins.
Yeah, it's a little bit too strict, but yeah, that's pretty much how it works.
Well, we're chess players. We like to live by rules. And
I like black's position here. Okay, let's say black is not an extra pawn up here, and take away the f7 pawn, for instance. It would still be better for black.
Wait a second. You're cheating a little bit. Without the f pawn, you go rook f8 and so on. Get my bishop away when you have the f7 pawn. I mean, how do you make progress? I mean, if you think of it. with black.
Yeah, I was going to say, how are you going to bring the king into the game? You have to go.
This guy just stands there, and in order to make any sensible there is no way of making.
Yeah, you
king
can.
to E7, right?
You can. You have to forget about the king for the time being, and you have to try to go c5, c4.
Okay.
Yeah, step one, and then
You can do it right away, by the way.
yeah, that's step one, and then after that.
King G8, King F8.
And let's pretend I don't care. Right?
Yeah, just you let me have it. And then I was thinking maybe the rook could lift up. But I don't really know what it's doing. Maybe trade a set of rooks with the rook coming to b3 just to...
We can do that.
Yeah.
And say you take and I'll take.
Yeah, and now...
It's still rough, yeah?
Now the big king walk happens because you have to assess whether...
But the moment you're on e8, this bishop's going to go to g7.
But will it take on h6? Because the pawn on b2, which is why I wanted to fix it. And if... But okay.
Yeah, I'll probably get some sort of counterplay with king g3, f4, like imagine, like with the king on e8. Yeah, I feel like perhaps black having more dudes is a stronger side. Right, a pawn is a pawn, but white shouldn't have that many, problems kind of holding the position, if we put it this way.
And talking about holding the position, let's revisit Magnus's game, where I liked the assessment from Salem. Yeah, it's winning.
How is it winning?
It just is.
It's Magnus.
Exactly. No more clarification needed.
Yes.
It reminded me of, do you remember that time when Boris Avrik introduced his really good opening repertoire book on the Catalan? And sometimes the advantages were like special advantages, like so small. only an elite player could win them. So we were like, yeah, that's an Avrik advantage.
Avrik advantage.
Yeah, this is small and in the hands of a 2800, big.
So what happens here is Magnus can try to take the pawn, but as Salem pointed out himself when we were laughing at it, that with this strange looking structure, black might not be that upset, like losing the pawn. At least like now everything's clear, you no longer have any weaknesses, right? Like say rook c1, some bishop e6 to follow it with. Because knight f1, I think knight f1 is what you have to do. Oh well, it's actually a big trick. Look, after king, can I go king h2?
Yeah, you can. Like queen f2. Oh, queen f2 and.
Two threatens a checkmate, right?
That's true.
Queen d4.
Queen d4.
And then
king
kind
h7.
of getting ready for this like discovered attacks, but you go king h7. And then I go queen h4, once again getting ready for discovered attacks. Look like funny it is. But then you go king g8. And seemingly running out of tricks.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So instead of giving this last check, I could have gone knight e2. So no checks. Attacking the rook. But do I make any progress? I have no clue whatsoever. I mean, I'm just jumping around.
Yeah.
Pretty much. So very confusing.
It is. I was just going to give you a little update. So Fedoseev, as we know, has had a terrible start to this tournament, and it looks like he could be in trouble there on board 70.
Oh wow!
Whoa!
Yeah, it's in a very unbalanced position, but apparently after the move c5.
Let us find where Fedoseev
is. It's all the way down at the bottom.
Yep.
Still can't see him, so he is playing
Bekmuratov.
white, right?
No, he's Fedoseev is black.
Sorry, he's playing black. Oh, where's the queen?
There's no queen.
Where's the queen?
It's off. Oh wow! This is currently happening.
Yep.
Wait a second. Well, why would he be in trouble?
Well, it's just a rook and a knight for a queen.
Yeah, but it's black to move, right?
It is black. No, it's white, to, move. It's white to move.
Rook
And
C7 is the last move.
so white can play moves like c5. So after this,
So it's a bit of a glitch I have in my, like, so that's why I was a bit surprised. Because it said rook c7, which is obviously black's move, but it has it as white's move for
you got
whatever reason.
the
yeah,
queen
I
on
got
c2.
some glitch.
okay. Well, anyway, I just wanted to give you an update because, sometimes this is the nature of these strong opens. You play underrated players, and people can be on form against you. And also, once again, this is the whole beauty of Qatar Masters. Where else can you play a tournament alongside Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Anish Giri? And if you do well enough, you might even play them.
Exactly. Yes, I played many strong open tournaments, but I've never had a chance to play against those three over the board. Yeah.
No, yeah.
No.
Who's the strongest player you've played in an open?
It was Aronian and MVL.
Oh,
Yeah.
how did you do?
First round, Yovi. Actually, I lost both of them, but it was always on the first round. Lucky draw.
Yeah.
It was Gibraltar Masters.
Yeah.
I can't remember the year, but it was 2 consecutive years. I played Aronian in earlier year, and then after that MVL. It was such a nice experience to play against the top 10 players in the world, and obviously players here are also as excited as I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I also had that luck of the draw. They pulled out my name right at the beginning. So who's going to play Svidler? Woo-hoo-hoo! Jovanka is. What color is she going to have? Black.
Black. Yeah. Now I remember. I played black against those two. my luck, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Any major or interesting developments on any of the games?
Yeah, I'm also kind of curious. Again, this is in the end games against Vohidov against Nakamura. I mean, we were kind of discussing, and we were saying that a rook and a bishop is better than a rook and the knight, and that Hikaru should not trade queens. But lo and behold, the queens are off the board.
He did.
White has the bishop, which is the superior minor piece, and the outside pass pawn. And I'm going to ask you,
White. Totally white.
Right.
Draw.
Draw.
Yes.
I was going
I
to
think black should be able to make a draw.
Okay, my question is how?
How?
Yeah.
That's a second question, Jovi. I mean, keep asking questions. Well, I'm a bit surprised with, like, if I'm perfectly honest, a bit surprised with Naka's A4. Can we get this one on? Yeah, like the moment he plays A4, I understand it's sort of a little trap because you might be tempted to take B. No, wait a second.
You mean after
Wait a
A4
second.
BA?
Yeah, like BA4 E5. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's
we
E5.
get this right, like E5 and. But A4, King F2, King E3. I mean, like trading those pawns on the queen side might be helpful for white. In fact,
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Yeah, like A5 pawn was a target, but say you put the rook on C5, you keep it, and now I'm not even sure. Like if you take B3, it's a big question though.
How to take it back, yeah?
Yeah, because part of me wants to take it with the bishop, so the A pawn is further away, the other, say, objects on the board, and knights are notoriously bad at stopping rook pawns.
Yeah. Also, I was leaning towards capturing it with the bishop as well, primarily because the bishop controls the queening square on A8.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Yes, you have light club bishop.
I'm an eternal optimist. I can see a future where the pawn has marched its way to A7.
Absolutely. So Hikaru, for now, doesn't... Yeah, well, fair point. E5 is always there if you attempt to take on A4. So he keeps tension, and he goes King F8.
King F8,
so
yeah.
Brings the king closer to the center. So what I was thinking, at some point, if things are really getting dicey, Black might be able to play knight d5, and it'll be a sad endgame pawn down, but it could be a situation where it's still a draw. So I'm not suggesting going knight d5 now, of course, but yeah, so kind of, as a safety belt, like if the pawn's getting too far.
Yes, but I think we agree that it's White is trying to play for a
Absolutely.
win,
It's
right?
White who is
Yes.
trying and has reasonable chances. I just think that knowing how tough Naka is, right, and how hard it is to win a game against Nakamura, I think he will hold the draw. But yeah, but that's more of a speculation.
Okay. And it's also another endgame in Anish Giri against Aditya Mittal.
Ah, that one.
Yeah.
Wait a second. We had a brief discussion with Salim, I think, on this one. So it takes on C1, BA4 up.
Maybe you can have mirror sport on the screen.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, we will get your board up on the screen soon. Mirror. And
No,
nope.
Not yet.
not yet.
Okay, so which moment that you were
After king
thinking?
takes C1. After king takes C1,
Okay,
we had
BA4.
king C1, BA4, obviously, right? And we've noticed like D3 is hanging. We set king D2, which is, well, I mean,
Natural move.
tempting. And then after bishop C6, you are in a bit of, say, maybe not trouble, but it's awkward, right? G4 is, F5 is threatening,
F5 is
and
a
so on.
idea, yeah.
Yeah, so instead, white found knight to C5. Bishop b5 and then king d2. So there was no way to pin the knight. f5, f4, knight d7.
So hang on, if black supposedly just looking for a draw here, can I just play king d6? Because I think you have to come back to e4, then I'll come back to e7.
Oh, you mean instead of f5?
Yeah.
King d6. Yeah, right. You are. I mean, white's not better. No,
Yeah,
it's
white
playing
is
for a
not
win.
better, right?
Yeah, white's not playing for a win.
So it's already a very good sign for the youngster.
Are you sure that White's not playing for a win?
But yeah, but what do you do?
After king d6, what else can be done?
I was wondering whether you could.
Like
There's
go
two.
f4 and say.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Like, can you really do this seriously?
Well,
Takes here.
f4.
Yeah.
And now
F4. And h6.
H6.
Yeah, that's what was there. Can you do it? I mean, from me.
But I guess you go bishop c6.
But then you trade and the g pawn goes, and you're just in time. So that's the could have been kind of a Corvidish trap, right? Here.
Let's
Yeah, but wait one
here,
second.
slower.
Here.
Yeah, well, we do have to go slower because White obviously has the option of coming in with the king as well to the center, as well as keeping that g-pawn.
Boy.
Oh yeah, I think I like to take this and after this just f5
Yeah.
and maybe just trade the
F5,
and then I mean
F5.
and I can have the e5 soon maybe something like this.
F5 and then you go bishop c6.
Yeah.
Right, you are. It was such a lovely, story how White wins this endgame.
But even then, it's still unclear. Like bishop
It is
b7.
unclear, yeah. Or bishop b7. Yeah, but whenever you
Still
go bishop
c6.
yeah, whenever you go bishop c8, I have king d5
Yeah.
and takes.
Still
So
bishop c8.
yeah, black is clearly better. So I mean, I applaud the spirit of Aditya Mittal, even though he's playing against Anish Giri. He knows that he's better and he goes for it, right? So it's already like a refreshing thing to watch.
Wait a second. And is
Am I
he
missing
better
something?
now? No.
No.
It was the other line, right? I mean, and now.
It was the other line, not the one that you
Right.
already have on
Is
the board.
he better now? Because knight takes.
Yeah. So he goes after king d2, he goes f5 with preparation for king d6, and then f4, knight d7. Okay, so this is
7, right.
the current position.
So White kind of has to trade the knights, right?
Wait,
Well, knight b7.
Knight b7.
Technically.
It exists. It's a move.
Yeah.
And I kind of think that might be a nice idea as well.
Knight to b7 just to keep the knight.
Yeah, just to also keep the tension. Although knight f6.
Let f6
Or
back, yeah?
Yeah.
maybe h6 first to make sure that this pawn is stopped on
Yeah,
a
that's a good
light
idea.
square, and then you're planning knight f6, if needed bishop e8. It still is a very, very tricky position.
Wow, interesting.
And I guess white will have to go bishop f3 though, because it's still not over. And then now you go bishop d1.
Bishop d1. And bishop e8 and knight c.
Knight
Let's c5.
c5. And then when I have this type of situation, I always think anything you can do, I can do better. Welcome to my crazy world. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize in advance.
Bishop h5.
And now you have to take the bishop takes pawn.
You take on a4.
Yes.
And it seems like, you know, somewhat of an uneven trade, because white does get the passed pawn and black doesn't.
Well,
Yeah, but the pawn on g3 is quite weak. So bishop f3 maybe now. And then with the idea of knight h5.
but now you can go king e1
Just in time. Just in time, yep.
and the pawn on d4
It'll be a
is
draw.
weak.
It'll be a draw, yeah?
It'll be a draw, very likely.
Okay. Well, you had it here first.
Right, but
We predict draw.
if this will be a draw, then perhaps white is not interested all that much in all this nonsense, and he can just trade the knights, and I don't think he's risking anything. So, on the other hand, yeah, it's Anish with white. He wants to win, so maybe he'll play knight b7 in order to keep more pieces, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the bishop endgame. I'll be honest
not
with you.
sure if we keep it or with white, or
Yeah, I'm really hesitant here whether this is actually a draw, because so say you go h6 here,
yeah.
Yeah, bishop.
and then king f6 or king d6 is irrelevant which one.
And then you put it on b4 maybe.
Yeah, and I've got e5 coming. Then f4, is this f4 a move, or is it too
I mean,
too
the point
much?
is, like, I'm always targeting this guy, right?
But it might be a zugzwang now.
Yeah, because the bishop can park itself on e8, and it's like,
Yes. Tell me what kind of position you want so that you're able to.
okay,
take
now I can go king to g
g5.
g5,
Yes,
and now I can take.
but I'll take a4, right? And of course, king c1 was honestly a little bit of showing off in view that you are getting the h pawn, so I had to go to e1.
Yeah.
Yeah, bishop h5, bishop a4, but that's pretty much what I've meant, that I thought it was relatively easy draw, and might have been delusional now that I'm thinking.
Because you
F3,
bishop
king
f3,
F4
yeah.
might be,
I control the
You
queening
know.
square. I don't know.
Yeah, black
Right,
has the more active
fair
king.
enough, fair enough.
If it
Yeah, we
asks
don't
for
have
something.
to play.
No. Sorry, there's a fly hovering around. And I've been trying to Mr. Miyagi it. But
you
I
don't
can't.
have the chopsticks.
No, I don't have the chopsticks, and I don't
That's
have
why
this
you missed it.
dexterity with my fingers. Yeah.
So let's check the other games. So far, our leaders and the top seeds. Okay, Magnus is the top seed, but he's not a leader, so he's the only one on first three boards who has kind of a clear advantage.
And, you know, let's go into that game, because yesterday I remember you gave us a little mini lecture on about the IQP position and how when the bishop, this exact bishop incidentally, was protecting it, that you wanted to trade off queens.
Right, but I'm afraid it's not the same case. It would involve white having one more pawn and black having one more pawn. Right, so for white to win, he would need to really win the d5 pawn. While now, if we trade the queens and the rooks, once again, it's an imaginary line. So, say this, and here you would take and go d4, of course, but instead, let's do some, let's just take, and play a couple of stupid moves just to illustrate, like, perhaps, even here I'm not on time, right? Because the king is too far, but yeah, like f4, bishop d7. I'll keep playing terrible. So this is perhaps the only position where I'm happy with white, but I will never ever be on time to get all that, right? And even then, like the king's running. So here, what I probably want being with the white pieces is put the knight on d4, trade the rooks, and this trade the rooks comes with a question mark, I'm not sure, and then try to expand on the king side as much as possible. So knight d4, a5 happen. Wait a second, but now I've realized the question, so I was suggesting to trade the queens. Yes, I wouldn't mind to trade the queens with black still.
What about trading rooks?
Yeah, that's what I want to do with white, because if I trade the rooks, I sort of ensure I'm not forced to trade the queens. Right, the only way black can trade the queens is with support of his rook.
Yeah.
So I probably wouldn't mind trading the rooks, but maybe I don't need to. On the other hand, can I just go like g4, king g2, sort of lifting the position up a little bit?
Yeah, why not, right?
Still hard to win, but
Yeah. Let's play like rook c5, for example, just waiting.
Right, and king g2, and I'm not sure where I'm going. It's just that, yeah, kind of improving the position slowly and hoping for black to kind of make a mistake.
I have a question though. Why g4?
Why g4?
Yeah, why not h4? And try to get like this chain of g.
You mean like the setup itself, like g3, h4, or g4?
Like for instance, now you have an opportunity to go h4.
Yes, you can. Right. No, but not
Although,
wait a second. A5.
You might get checkmated
H4.
on the H line. I just thought.
Yeah,
that.
if you're going to brave, then it is possible.
But
No, you can, because queen takes. I think knight takes rook h6. Rook h3 is terrible, right?
Yeah.
Check followed by this. No. Yeah, you can go h4. But I wasn't sure if this is what you're opting for. I thought like kind of restricting the bishop as much as possible. It's not like it's the bishop g4 you can still play f3 and kick it out.
Yeah.
Intuitively, I would start with, say, achieving this, and this, and then going after this h4 move.
Well, I was just asking about h4 because h4, I'm not very good at maths, but there's 3 pawns and 2 versus 2 on that side. That much I know. So I want to basically open up the king. I want 2 weaknesses.
Right.
I'm a very classical player. I liked Dvoretsky's examples, when I was younger.
Yeah, so this one's called last pawn candidate, right? So you
principle of 2 weaknesses, right?
Yeah, no, but that's the base layer. And then when you have majority, pawn majority, you start moving by advancing the passed pawn candidate, because after g4, black can go g5 and block my pawn and it will never move, which we know it's not exactly right.
Yeah, that's Capablanca, though.
Could be. Yeah,
and now what happened after I just took h8, for example? You go for g3?
Yeah,
or
that's what I was, somewhat afraid of, that you'll make me go g3 and then this bishop will be deployed to, say, h3 or g4. So that's why I wanted g4. But once again, there is no guarantee. Maybe g3 is not forced, or is it?
At g3.
And you can try to be tricky in this position. I don't know what's so tricky about. I know rook h4. Never mind.
Yeah, rook h4 takes on e6 and fe, just like that. Yeah.
Now I have to confess, the big plan after rook h4 was to say, "Aha, go rook f3." And
but queen d4.
You move here, and I take and I win. But yeah, you move, kind of 1 square third, and take my knight. That's the problem. Anyway, let's see what Magnus gonna play. Will he play h4? Will he play g4? Will he play none of the 2, which he does? King h2 to start with.
Yeah,
King h2.
maybe with the idea of g3, h4. Or maybe the idea g4. And king g3.
H2. King H2 is... I want to say he's not planning g4 that time through. If he goes king h2, right? Because now black can, among other things, go here. I know you play g3 and then you can still play g4 if you wish. No, but still looks silly with the king on h2.
I mean, it's just a waiting move. White is just simply waiting if also black is waiting by playing, I don't know, rook c7, rook c5. Yeah, but eventually Magnus has to show his idea if he wants to play for a win.
Right, like what's the plan? Right?
Yeah, what's the plan?
Wait, just thought, could this be a plan that I go here to g3 and all of a sudden I start moving the pawn which we did not try yet? Like rook to g3, f4, hoping for some, I don't know, some f5.
Yeah, that also makes a lot of sense. I'm just thinking, you know, as white, it's not enough just to target the d5 pawn. You've got to get something more, open up the king.
Yeah.
And queen f4 played.
Queen f4 played, right? You can't block with the rook now. I don't think you want to go back. So
g3.
g3.
He's reaching for the pawn, but he's a bit hesitant. But g3, yeah, there's not a move. Yeah. So the queen will go back to f6, I would say.
Yeah, there's not too much of an alternative, right? Back to f6. That's exactly what he does. And yeah, that's the moment where we gonna learn. Where do you want your pawns, Magnus? King g2 now. Yeah, king g2.
King g2.
King
Yeah,
g2.
cover the squares.
Yeah, our champion is a man of culture. Right, you've played g3 and then king g2, which is better than having it on h2.
Mm-hmm.
And still having kind of both possibilities open. That's perhaps...
So what happened after rook h8? You go g4 or h4? That would be the question.
I don't know, I would go h4 already a couple of moves ago. But what Magnus gonna do, it's another question, right?
Maybe neither. Maybe you can just simply take on e6 and then rook c3, just trying to control the c file. Yeah, but there's almost nothing, yeah? Okay, queen no. Queen e3, there is d4, rook c7, that's... But rook f7 is there.
Yeah, but I'll be better at all.
Yeah, you'll be better because of this pawns.
No, I don't think, like, we trade. I don't think we trade.
Yeah.
And honestly, if you'd ask me, like, in terms of kind of coming back to this principle of two weaknesses, right? So I wouldn't describe d5 pawn as a weakness, but more of a, say, white's knight on d4 is better than black's bishop currently, and that would be sort of weakness number one. And second weakness, yes, we have to create it, and it's either passed pawn on the king side or black king being weak. So that's why, yes, both like g4, h4, these ideas. So and trading on e6, it'd be, you probably do it like if you win a pawn, seriously. Right, so here, now that Jovi mentioned h4, I'm looking at h4, I'm saying, yeah, h4 is good. So maybe just a slightly more pleasant position. Where,
And just to update you on some results, it was a draw between Vohidov and Nakamura.
Second.
The minor pieces got traded off, and this is the final
move.
The knight d5 move, as you predicted.
With knight d5 moves, and Nakamura is a draw. Also, since we are checking out the results, Yakub Boyev Madaminov was eventually a draw. At least I have it as a draw on a second attempt.
Okay.
And this time it's move 36, so, 30 moves rule, check.
And I was, whilst you were talking, there is a fascinating game happening between Jumabayev and Robert Baskin. And it's fascinating because Black's king is looking very shady, and it's
Can you tell us where?
It's
kind of what
board
it is?
board 9, I
boards
think.
after
Ah,
Yakubov.
no, pardon me. So that means some
Wow, what is
line.
this?
Yeah. Oh.
Nice looking move, bishop f2. But again, in this position, Black is playing without the rook on h8.
Yeah. May I just click, like, not through all the games, but through all the game, but say, how did it look 5 moves ago, for instance, right? It already did look interesting, I want to say. So Black lost the castle, right? Rook c8, Queen e6. This looks terrible for Black. if you ask me. This looks terrible for Black.
One rook down.
Rook a to d1, Queen e8, Queen f5, Queen c6, and
Rook,
hang on a
rook to
second.
e6
Rook
played.
6, Bishop f2.
And the big question for me is just take the bishop with the king.
But yeah, but then of course there is this thing.
And then queen takes queen.
Queen takes
I'm
queen.
not afraid of
Takes
it.
queen.
Yeah.
No
And
ghost.
rook
Rook
e2.
e2.
Two, and it just
And bada bing,
Beautiful.
bada
Yeah.
boom.
Beautiful.
an extra piece.
Yep.
But why is he thinking then?
Maybe
Because the alternative could be like you go
Yeah.
king h1 and you say I'll checkmate.
yeah,
Right?
exactly.
Maybe that's maybe
quicker to finish the game.
Maybe that's why he's thinking. Yeah, it is. Because the queen's hanging. And like something on f6 is a big threat. Like bishop f6, rook f6, right?
So if queen c2,
c2, I thought rook
Let's-
f6.
takes
Pawn takes, queen
king
takes.
e8.
King goes.
Oh, and then just take
Queen
on
takes,
h8.
Take-
queen takes rook.
Rook is
Rook.
hanging.
Ah,
I
so
didn't
he
expect
has
it.
done kind of a little bit of both. He went king f1.
King f1.
That was the last move in the game.
Okay.
Because
Greedy.
you know, it's the same line, but just in case if somehow the black king survives and the queens are traded, he can also chop the bishop.
Yeah, looks like a great game there by White. Okay, so decisive game there, and that means that Jumabayev has moved on to 3 points out of 3.
But I was in 3 out of 3.
Yeah.
It's impressive.
He's in the
performance.
lead at the minute. And also someone else who's played it very impressively is Vaishali. It was a draw between
a draw.
her and
Yakubov.
Yakubayev.
Actually against Kubakov. Sorry.
I thought that wasn't how you pronounce it, but you said it so confidently, I thought.
A totally different person. Yep. Okay, so exactly on move 30 after rook takes d8.
Pardon me, Vaishali, right?
Yes.
So that's a wrong game. This one's...
Yep, it is.
It is a draw. Okay. Bishop d8.
And a spot assessment, please, in the game between Gregory Kaidanov against Sindarov, because we looked at this game a while ago when a white bishop was parked on f6. Bishop is no longer there, but white does have 2 rooks.
I like the black
Wait
position.
a second.
I'd like to play this with black pieces.
Wait
Yeah.
a second. So this was the position where we had this like discussion. Like, if white gets the rook on h8, white's winning. And how do you get rid of the bishop on f6? And this is how you get rid of bishop on f6.
Yes.
You sacrifice an exchange.
Exactly.
So that's what Sindarov did. So takes over here, check, check. So white by that point is happy with a draw. So he repeats. And black says not yet. Rook to b5, king to g7, hides the rook again, and goes here. Rook e3. Okay. So now, who is the strong side? I think we can agree it's black, right?
Yeah, Sindarov will be wanting to play for a win here.
How realistic it is, that's another question. Because this is still a weak pawn. Like, I was thinking, yeah, get the king on d6, start moving the pawns, but then still h6 is there.
But how to get to
How to
h6?
get to h6? It's a big question. I think... whenever I go back...
There's
because
rook b6, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Super tricky.
Even if you play, I mean, if black plays rook b6 right now and then you play rook a5, I can just park it on a6 and then start moving my king. Then there is no entry point for black's pieces. And I mean, for white's pieces, and now c5.
But yeah, but that do get some kind of some activity, you know. Here, and if c4, rook b4.
And rook c6, I think that's...
This, you mean? No,
Yeah.
but then whenever you try to move the king, there's always rook h8, rook
But
h6.
you can delay c6, c5. That's something that you can play at leisure. I mean, what's wrong with, first of all, going f5?
f5.
Yeah, you know.
Then
I'm not afraid of
aren't
pushing
you, like,
pawns. Yeah,
well,
probably.
a lot of files.
Just take.
Yep.
Which one?
Actually,
Ah, there's a check.
Yeah.
The check's
Yeah.
super annoying. I don't want to go to g3. No. So if I do it the other way around and check, no, I mean my rook is not terrible. Oh, wait a second. I went rook a4 with an idea, right? So that's why we went c5. And you made me forget about my idea. Like, you played f5 and said, okay, I have to react. I have to react on the king side.
well, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
Yovi is capable of making you forget everything.
Thank you,
Right,
Irene.
you are.
I'll take the compliment.
So, anyway, but that's, you know what, let's move 40. And Sindarov has 15 minutes to make his move 40, and they'll get additional half an hour each. This game will go on.
There's no games with big time trouble.
Well, Magnus's opponent technically is in a time trouble.
Technically, shall we? Well, at least let's go back there, because Magnus did in fact answer the question whether, you know, one should play g4, h4 in this type of position.
I know, it's not very nice, but like, would you once in a while kind of confirm that I know a thing or two? Anyway, Magnus played g4. That's what I'm saying. g4, trade, queen e3, knight f3. Interesting. Looks like he is planning to trade the queens, but what else could this knight f3 mean?
Yeah.
Is he?
Well,
Knight e5, queen d4.
it was just like Salem said, right? When he was playing against Magnus, Magnus was just shuffling the pieces, and then, you know, he was constantly posing problems. Like here, Magnus's opponent is going to have to think, you know, is Magnus planning queen d4? Is he planning queen e5? Is he
Fair
planning
enough,
king
yeah.
g3? And it's going to cost him some time, and maybe also put him in a negative frame of mind.
Yeah, right, you are. And then the worst case scenario, let's say black does something and you go back to d4.
Yeah.
And then you didn't win any pawn, but you won 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a very
Fair enough.
practical approach, yeah. So here, 2 moves for black to make.
Also, you know, maybe we can put the knight on e5 and then maybe push the pawn to f4. Yeah, queen on d4 as well, but I like the queen on e3, it's fine. Yeah, probably just push it in such a way. Queen d4 and then g5, you know, could be like a very good setup for white.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is...
Oh, you just want to give it up?
I
Yeah.
mean, there is this, strangely. I
And then-
understand it looks super weird.
Knight takes.
And this looks super weird. Yeah, and with the knight, I did not have any specific idea if you take it with the knight. I just thought, okay, we'll play. So the bishop's active, but I'm obviously a pawn down, right? But what I was not so happy about, that you can take it like this, and after bishop c6, I think you have this funny move, because the queen is pinned, right? Yeah, I think we are back to your board, or?
Yeah, it is my board.
Yeah, so bishop to c6. Aha, so he wants d4. He wants d4. But he allows white to go queen d4. So now it's up to Magnus. If he wants to trade the queens, he has this option.
But I don't think he'll be, he'll do it right away. Maybe he'll just move things around first. Is King G3 a move? Yeah, it should be. It should be a move, but whether it is good or not, it's a different story. And after Queen D6, then maybe if you want to trade queens, can I trade it on a square like this so that my king can move forward and closer to the
You mean
pawn?
queen
You can even get it with time, right? You can go Queen E5.
Oh yeah, Queen D5, yeah. Queen E5, and then you take, yeah. You win.
Yeah, the bishop's hanging.
You win time here. The bishop goes somewhere, and then get the king. Oh, actually, B6 is hanging.
Yeah, you have to put it on
Yeah, somewhere has to be
E8.
Yeah,
Somewhere has to be E8.
but
I have a bet.
now the king is already.
Then black gets the chance to play B5, and swap these some pawns.
Yeah, so the
That's
knight
fine.
has to be on
D4, yeah.
Okay. All right. So bishop C6.
Yeah. Anyway, seems like not the most exciting
No.
positions, right?
I mean, I think it's going to be very instructive, and Magnus has all the time in the world. But let's head over to a position which is massively exciting. It's between Rasulov and Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow.
And here you
Feels-
can see it's just chaos
Wow.
on the board. I don't quite know what's... We
So
have
many
knights
pieces.
on the edge. A rook is on prise on A3. The bishop is also hanging.
Yeah, I mean, he had such a beautiful line of pieces on the third rank, and now he rearranges it on the A file. But lost some in the process. Like for aesthetical purposes, I would go bishop A6, but then I'll have to resign after queen takes rook, right? Yeah, what's going on? The bishop's hanging. The rook on A3 is hanging, attacked by the E7 queen. At the same time, white can capture on B2. What's the material? Material's equal, surprisingly. I would expect one of the sides to be a piece up.
Yeah.
Not sure which one.
Is this just tactic? Let me move back a few moves ago, like in this position.
Remember, he went A4.
Okay, so this is the move. Okay. All right. So white is currently being attacked on A3 and C4, and can you just safely take on B2? Knight takes B2, but then there's so many things going on. Yeah.
D takes C4 then, right?
Yeah, D takes C4.
Queen's hanging, rook's hanging.
Knight
And
is
knight.
Knight is
hanging.
hanging. Every piece on the board is hanging. No, okay, I
I think
exaggerate.
Rasulov kind of misplayed it badly, it feels.
Maybe this D5 is a bit.
Take a look at the camera. That tells you everything you need to know. Like Arjun confidently leaning back, whereas Rasulov not so happy. D5 definitely a bolt from the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is possible that Rasulov just missed this, like D5, because
So
after knight A4, you might expect that the rook has to move, but nope. Arjun just played D5 and threatening so many pieces on the board.
yeah, but that was a bad blunder then, because say after rook B2, you go knight D5 just in case. Yeah, you go knight D4. You don't take the A4 pawn.
Yep.
How bad?
Just
can
knight
it be?
D5, yeah.
Yeah, how bad can it be?
Well,
I understand.
you can take it once.
Yeah, like bishop takes, and I was planning to take with the bishop, right?
Yeah, because there is, if you take with the pawn,
Yeah.
then the knight can jump in, and also you have queen c7.
Yeah, but
They
take
like
with
this,
the
yeah.
bishop.
Yeah.
Knight c6 is a bit of a threat. A4, I hope to win back one day.
Yeah,
but-
so it's a big blunder.
It's playable for
Is-
white. Yeah, I'm not saying white kind of equalizes immediately or whatnot, but it's playable. And
Yeah.
knight a4, d5 seems like you don't have the very next move. Is there something? No. I mean, I can't see.
Yeah, and you can see it in their faces. I mean, it's just an error in calculation. And this is something when you are playing these youngsters, you have to bear in mind that they might not necessarily retreat their pieces, but there is the possibility of counterattacking. And they're so good at this.
Yeah. And Rasulov checks his head.
Okay, let me try something. So E takes D5. Can we do this?
He takes D5, okay.
Queen
Queen,
A3.
yeah, Queen A3. You want to take
Knight
on D6?
to- I want to take on B2 this moment.
Okay.
And then this Stana probably like
I'll take
Which
the
one?
knight on B2 with the bishop.
with the bishop. Yeah. And then
Right?
Okay, there's no pawn takes knight, just for the sake of it.
no.
No.
Pawn takes knight, rook takes queen,
And
pawn takes
game over.
pawn, and king F8.
Yep.
Nah.
Yep.
No, I think Arjun's just winning.
Yes.
Which we might call, okay, I wouldn't call that lucky, but it wasn't from the start, right? It was a very tense, kind of complicated Sicilian, but yeah,
Yeah.
better player wins.
Okay, so, well, we see that Aragaisi well on the way to winning this game. And let's move over to the game between Narayanan and Suleimanov. Because remember, Suleimanov was the star of the show yesterday, defeating Magnus Carlsen in a fantastic game. Here,
Knight takes F3 and white to move.
So that's
Rook
all we have, right?
F1. Okay. Looks like white is in control. Very much in control.
White is in control.
Yeah, white is looking better, right?
okay, so let's work it out.
And he's also down to his last minute, right?
He,
So it's already knight takes F3 and rook F1.
Yeah, for
Yeah, so
whatever
the-
reason I don't have, once again.
what does he have to do? Knight takes...
Yeah, like knight E5 perhaps.
Knight takes
right?
rook is the only move. No, G4. G4
G4
played.
G4. Oh, wait a second.
And you
if
can take it.
Wait a second. If bishop takes, it's rook takes H6, no? Ah,
Takes H6.
Rook.
so my plan was you go D6
takes-
and I checkmate you on H6.
Rook takes
I-
knight.
Rook takes.
Rook takes knight and then there's rook
And when
d8.
rook takes and rook E8 intermezzo, and then you end up being up a pawn.
Or I can take on the rook as well. Whenever you take this, I have queen F8.
Yes, agreed.
That's also.
No, so that was rook H6 was terrible. Forget about it. But then, what is he planning to do?
I guess after bishop takes pawn, you just go knight takes rook.
Knight E5.
And you get some time hitting the queen and
F8,
bishop.
King A7, and then you'll trade the bishop. And then at the very end, you'll take on H6, perhaps.
But white didn't do that. White played rook,
Rook
E4.
E4.
So what's did we miss anything after bishop takes E4? Looks like a very natural move to make.
Knight takes rook, I guess.
Knight takes rook, and then rook takes rook.
King goes to A7.
Okay.
Or unless there's some rook. Let's assume no, that King A7 is a good move.
No, King
Yeah.
A7 looks like a good.
Yeah. Now it's safe. Yeah. That's why white played rook E4.
And yeah, just 41 seconds left. So let's stick with this game.
And Suleimanov just made a move, but
He is in trouble, though.
yeah, he's in trouble. And we have a result on board 3. Yeah, it's a draw.
So Giri made a draw, but it was held for a draw by his opponent.
No, I think in that game Giri held his opponent a draw. Yeah.
So despite being with the white pieces, he had
held the
he
draw,
had to be
yeah.
like careful. Yeah,
Yeah,
so it
yeah.
was a brilliant preparation then.
Yeah, it was a good game by Aditya Mittal.
So Rigaisi is gonna win. A little doubt here.
So rook d8. So not only that the position is looking much better for white, but Suleimanov is also down on time. He has less than a minute.
And problems as well. But okay, there's still an element of danger for the white king. So say if you capture on g4, then the knight will step back to e5.
Yeah, but Queen E3, the last move, is very, very impressive. I realized that it might be that this knight on F3, you know, you have to find the way out for the knight, because Bishop G4 is a threat.
And it's not so easy when you only have 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Rook E8? Could it be Rook D to E8?
Rook F8.
F8 is what he played. Yeah, also unpinning the knight. Unpinning the knight. So now
Well,
if
where is the save? Because after rook takes pawn, you're just going to jump to knight to e5.
back, yeah.
So don't take the pawn. What if we play Rook B1?
Well, it's too deep.
That's nice.
It's a nice move, yeah. B1, you want to take on B6. Yeah,
Okay, you might play Rook D6, but then I can take
very
G4
well be,
now.
yeah, might very well
And
be
there's
that
no knight E5.
White is just winning, you know.
I think any move now, it's as long as it's a solid-looking move, no mistake, or even like Queen F4, I think is also a win.
Queen f4.
Yeah, I mean, in such an endgame, it shouldn't
Yeah.
be. It shouldn't be a problem for
Yeah,
white.
you
Well, I
can't
like
trade
rook
off
B1.
queens.
Yeah, but of
Like
course,
rook-
if you have like a more aggressive reaction to this, like Rook B1, I think it's better. But yeah, wow. So it's looking good for Narayanan, and he might soon join the group with 3 pointers.
So who are on 3 out of 3? Abdusattorov already has 2.5, right? So he made
Yeah.
a draw.
Erigaisi will have 3 points out of 3.
Yeah, Vaishali
Has
Kubokarov
2.5.
made draw.
So they're 2.5.
And Jumbayev.
Jumabayev.
Yeah, it's starting from Jumabayev and up.
Jumabayev and up. And Jumabayev and up, we have like a couple of draws here and there. Kevlishvili Vahidov, playing Kevlishvili, by the way, is up some pawns, and
Yeah.
he might be
Might be winning
one of
this
3
one,
out
yeah?
of 3.
3 out of 3.
So not that many leaders left. Then
Sindarov might win.
Sindarov, yep. This one, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. He employed my idea. Rook B6, A6.
And after rook a4, c5.
So maybe now you can confirm that I know a thing or two.
yes, you know for sure. The thing is,
Just irresistible, wasn't it? Oh, okay. Can we go over to the Magnus Carlsen game?
Right.
Because Magnus
Wow.
has won the b6 pawn.
How did
this
it happen? yes.
He just went G5.
Okay, so knight F3, knight C6, and G5.
Bishop G6. Yeah, so Bishop C6, it's a bit of a trap. Like if you take
Yeah.
B6, it's D4. And so.
D4,
But Magnus says, no, wait, I have G5 intermezzo, and after Queen D6, I take. And if you go D4, however, what does White do? If Black goes D4.
Just move the king.
King G1 or something.
Yeah, king G1. Yeah, king G1.
Can you?
King G1.
G1 or... Is King G1?
Maybe king f1,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
to get closer to
The
the
D
d pawn.
So, exactly.
But then on the other hand,
D3.
yeah,
D3,
d3.
Yes, and having the king on F1 allows you to go Queen,
Queen
D4,
D4.
right?
Uh-huh.
So it's like Queen takes, Knight takes, and with the king on G1, D2 would win the game for Black, and now you just, I think you're cruising to victory. King E1, D2. So yeah, he made it look relatively easy then.
Okay, but okay.
Oh, wait 1 second.
Yep.
Don't just finish the analysis there, because there is
This
So D4.
there is bishop
F1.
g2.
bishop G2.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, but king
Here,
E1,
and after you
I know.
take just king here, yeah.
I know.
king D2.
And then
But,
takes
but-
this
but-
one letter.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then you
Everything's
can't
gonna
trans.
fall apart.
Okay,
But
but
you still have bishop f1,
Knight C6.
and then
96.
you have problems.
Yep.
Okay.
so well, Magnus's opening helps him to win. So okay, this one they already passed the time control. They're on the 41st move.
Out of top 10 games, I think everything either past time.
No,
Suleimanov.
yeah, Suleimanov's
Suleimanov.
game is still very much wild, and still Suleimanov's in big trouble, both on the time and on the board.
Yes.
So after rook f to e8, rook g4 was played, so the pawn was captured. Knight back to e5. It's a tempting attempt. Who speaks like this?
Like
Rook
G7.
g7. Yeah, rook
Yeah.
g7. But could it be that he's just winning by fours? Rook g7. Where do you go? D6.
Queen D6.
C5. C4. C5. A little bit of breakthroughing.
Well, we're going to see that in action.
Knight C4.
I don't know. Yeah, knight c4 is why I'm pausing here. Because, yeah, if b takes, probably have to mention, yeah, b takes, rook b1 wins. So
It's rook
c5, knight c4, and I thought queen f4 could be good enough.
Queen where?
f4,
F4.
yeah. So the knight's stacked, and if you trade,
You have to trade of
Trade.
queens.
Yeah, you
Right.
have to trade.
well,
you take with the rook,
still,
yeah?
like you have checks, right?
And you can take the pawn on.
Yeah, like
You
knight
take-
E3 and then takes this.
Knight e3, king h3,
But if
takes d5, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure, now I'm not sure about king h3, so king somewhere, let me call it like king somewhere.
no, I think
take-
king h3 is fine because you can trade off everything and then just double up on the
Everything in the seventh
seventh
rank.
row.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks like winning.
I don't know. Yeah, like sometimes black would be holding. It's just that whenever I see two rooks on the seventh rank, my brain's kind of paralyzed.
Or maybe
I always
it's better.
always want to say
Like
this
if
is
this,
winning.
it might be winning, but would it be better to play c6 first and then not allowing this rook to help the attack on the seventh rank?
But how do we?
Like in this position, instead of rook ff7, play c6 first.
Well, what isn't it like too flashy? Okay, well, black takes.
Yeah.
What do we?
What do we achieve?
What do we actually do? Right.
Exactly.
If black takes the other one, like
Yeah.
h5,
Okay,
then maybe.
but what about just not keeping it like so fancy? We were looking at c5. What happens if you
Queen
just go
e4.
rook takes pawn or
Look,
something?
he played queen e4 and he's playing queen h7. It's the same pawn, but take it with the queen and kind of combine all the ideas you have.
24.
Yeah, it's
Not being flashy.
once again, no, but it's a great move.
Yeah, and
Yes,
then
yes.
next plan is like rook takes pawn or attack the knight.
Or queen takes
Queen
pawn,
takes pawn, yeah,
and then
so
take on the
that's-
b7. Yeah.
King
is,
a7,
yeah.
so he's preparing for king a7, preparing for rook
King
e8.
a7.
But by the way,
But-
now you can play c5 as well. So open the b file this way.
Yeah, but what's also wrong with just going rook f5, move the knight out of the way, go rook c7,
Oh, rook f7, yeah.
sorry, rook f7, and then queen takes
And
h7.
here, yeah.
and
Many
bingo.
winning moves, yeah.
I think, yeah, we're just, looking at
Queen takes h7
Queen
is
h7 was
happening on the
played,
board.
rook
Yeah,
to
rook
b8.
b8, only move.
and you can return to e4, right?
Yeah, and he
that's
did.
what he does in a very, very kind of classical way.
Mm-hmm.
Won a pawn, will move it to h7. Nah,
It's a reasonable position.
right, I think it's game over.
Yeah. And 1 minute left on the clock. But okay, three moves to go to the 40th move for Suleimanov.
Yeah, but it's one type of a time trouble where I wouldn't say it's too exciting to win because the position is so bad already, right? I mean, if it'd be something kind of happening,
Yeah.
but no.
Okay. Well, white is in full command there. But I would like to test your in-game knowledge, Irene and Miro. So if we were going to go over to the game between Kevlishvili against Vakidov,
Okay.
Whoa.
Yep.
elementary win, or is it a draw?
It's a win.
It's a win.
It's a win.
It's a win, and should be
Yeah, just king here, and then you want to play G4,
should be relatively
G5,
easy.
and then put the king
Should
to
be
F5,
relatively
and then
easy.
yeah, just that type of routine, I guess.
Last few moves, or rather, is it?
I agree. You just advance your G pawn, put your king on E4.
Yeah.
Yeah. Use your pawns as shields, and
this rook will
easy.
be just behind the pawn, so
Yeah.
this might push to B4, B3, and then this rook will be
Okay,
just.
I have a
behind the
question.
pawn.
If we move this black B5 pawn and
To B4?
B2 rook, no, if
Oh.
we move it, not in the game, but like,
Okay.
imagine it's on the C file,
Mm-hmm.
I would argue that it actually helps black. So pawn on C5, rook on C2. Once again, I'm not saying it's a draw, but black would have better chances. Because you are not playing C4. So whenever you move the pawn and the rook, white rook is behind, it's game over. What you do is you try to go, say, king E6, rook. I could try to do it here, say, king E6, rook D8, king E7. So basically, you are trying to avoid rook being behind your pawn. Like if it's the C file after rook.
Then you can do
E7,
king D7 and so on. Yeah.
But yeah, but anyway, this one is an elementary win.
Okay, so let's head back. Everyone else has made the time control, so let's just head back to Narayanan.
Actually,
Or unless
let's-
you want to see something else.
Yeah, the fourth board. I just want to see how it finished because we saw the
Irrigation.
moment exactly. We saw the moment after D5. This is the big blow that white didn't expect, and rook D3 was played. Okay, now it's just taking anything that's on the board. Takes, knight takes B2, and after C3, white resign. Yeah, I think white totally overlooked that there is a D5 move.
Yeah.
Won the D5 and
Yep.
therefore lost.
And I can see that everybody has made the time control, which means I think is the perfect time for us to take a short break. So don't go anywhere because we are going to bring you more of the chess action in just a few minutes.
I wanna feel a feeling just like this. I wanna feel more,
Hello and welcome back to our final part of the coverage of day 3 of the Qatar Masters Open, and it's been a fighting day here. A lot of draws, very hard fought draws, and some victories. Some people racing to 3 points out of 3. Will Magnus Carlsen actually managed to make a comeback win? Well, we are on the verge of finding out, because we are going to go straight to his game. There's a look at the lovely playing hall, and here you go. Let's remind ourselves of today's results. And there we see Arjun Ergaisi with his victory, rushing to 3 points out of 3. And he's not the only one, because Jumabayev also defeated Robert Baskin in a rather superb game, we have to say. But for the rest, it's been a lot of draws, a lot of tough chess being fought. And Irene and Miro, what have been your impressions so far of today?
My impression so far has been on the preparation by Aditya Mittal. That was superb. I mean, having such a line, it's not actually the main line, right? And
It's like a sideline of a sideline.
yeah, exactly.
And he just knew it all.
And yeah, Anish defended very well. Yeah, and held the game to a draw
With the white pieces.
with the white pieces.
It's the state of the current chess at the minute. And okay, can we go over to Magnus's game, because there were some developments there. I mean, things were happening just as we expected. And if we just rewind a few moves, we got to this position in our analysis, and
After Queen B6, yeah?
yeah, and the whole point was that after
D4,
D3.
king to F1, right?
Keep going.
Is it the one?
Yeah, this was our analysis, King F1, and
I
after
think it's
This is
E40.
mine.
I'm loving sometimes
All
I'm
right.
getting confused. Yeah.
and after D3, we had seen that Queen to D4 was a nice idea, so that's why Black just gave up the D pawn.
Well, yeah, but he keeps fighting, right? I mean, with Queen E6, attacks both H3 and B3. 95, 1 pawn's gone, and there's still some job to be done by Magnus.
Yeah, and Magnus just played something.
Knight to
Which-
D7.
Knight to D7. Wow, trying to get some mating net.
And it is a mating net. The knight
It
was
is.
going to find itself on F6, and then if the queen can snake her way over to G8,
So-
checkmate.
Yeah, so this Knight D7 forces Black to exchange the queens, perhaps, but when the queen is being exchanged, then the A5 pawn is doomed, and White is just winning easily on the queen side.
Okay, so let's have a look at what happens.
So Queen
First-
D1 is a must, right?
Queen D1 is a must, right?
King
so,
E3.
so let's look at King E3.
Queen
and
E2.
Queen takes B3, check.
Oh, queen takes B3, right?
Yes. So maybe I'm thinking that you...
King
Maybe
to
king
F4.
C3.
No, wait a second. But Queen B3, King to F4. Don't we win?
Okay.
Could be.
Because
But,
the bishop's
Is there any
hanging,
check?
right?
No, there's no more check.
No, there's no more check.
Yep.
And so now this is the big idea.
Queen B4.
Trade the queens. Ah, that's a nice one. Trade the queens, take the bishop. B3, it's a check on F6, right? And this is the way knight gets the
But-
pawn.
But can we show the checkmate that's being threatened? Yeah, but let's finish this analysis first.
So here it takes the
They
bishop.
takes bishop, B3, and then knight C5 does not stop the pawn, but knight F6 does.
Here and then here, yeah? Yeah. Okay. Yes, so you want to show which one, Yovi?
So if the king goes to F4 and say black just
Bishop
moves
Moves somewhere.
some
yeah,
random
like this.
place, and maybe not there, but maybe it's
It's too random.
It's too random. No, they get to B7. say.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
G7.
yeah.
B7, so it's guarded, right?
Check
Yeah.
here.
Okay, so now you,
Where does the king go?
if the king goes on the 8th row, then queen to D8
Yes,
is just a
queen
killer,
to
so
D8,
you
yes.
have to go to king G.
King G7, and how winning is it?
Yeah.
No.
This is the big question. How?
Check here. It's a win.
Yeah, and now the king goes to
Where? It's the
F8,
mate.
and then you
And-
go.
8 and Queen
Queen
D8,
D8,
check.
yeah.
Ah,
Okay, but then in this case, the bishop can go to C6.
Okay, if C6, then maybe we can go after the bishop. Where was that? Knight f6 before this. Here, yeah? Okay, king f4. If you go here, then I give a check. And if
check.
this one,
7, knight h5.
then maybe knight d5. Check.
Ah, right, you are. Knight d5 and you win.
But after king h7,
Ah, king h7 is still there.
But now you go knight.
then you go back
then
again.
you go back again to g7.
and then c again.
Wait a second. So double check. Let's try double check again. So double check.
Double check here.
King f8.
No, king f8.
King f8, yeah. You can go queen d6, but then king g8, right?
Yeah, and then
No,
knight
but then-
f6, and then take on c6, yeah? Here, and then
And now
knight
you-
f6,
and now you
then
check.
take on c6 after that.
No, guys, you just check. You just check on d8. So
Oh,
instead-
with the
it's a
knight
mate,
on
it's a
h5,
mate. Yeah,
right.
The knight on h5.
Right, yeah. So
Yep.
queen d6 is a forced
Queen
checkmate.
d6, yeah, it's still a
It's
checkmate,
after
yeah?
This, it's
Yep.
yeah. So there is a threat of checkmate after all.
Yeah, it's checkmates everywhere. So eventually, the queens have to get exchanged, but it's still also a losing endgame for black. So yeah, knight d7.
And he can't do...
Is there anything else? I think queen d1 has to be played anyway. King e3 here. And queen e2, does it work? There is king f4, and there's no more check, maybe?
Yeah, there is no more check. No, it's just...
there's one final move that we can try, which is queen takes, instead of king, when the king is on e3,
Mm-hmm.
you can take queen takes
trade the
b3.
queens. Yeah.
Queen takes
b4.
b3.
Yeah, queen takes b3,
Okay, king f4.
and now king f4. So you can go f5.
f5.
But isn't it like still a checkmate? Not f6, king...
Yeah, knight f6.
So wait a second. Yeah, it is a checkmate, right?
Yeah, there's queen
F6.
a7, or queen d7, sorry. Queen d7. He
Yeah,
played,
you get checkmated.
after knight d7, he played queen d1, and then Magnus replied immediately with king e3. This is the current position.
No, it's absolutely winning. Yeah.
Okay, queen takes
Trades,
Queen
four.
takes
trades
b3,
the queens.
so king f4 will be played.
Ah, no, queen b3, pardon. So bishop is a problem, right?
What about queen to d1?
Back, yeah?
Good question.
Okay, it has to be knight f6, check.
Bang off.
Yeah,
And
and now you
king
can go.
h8.
And now you can go king h8.
King h8, okay. And now
Or
I just...
king,
Mhm.
or even king f8.
The queen moves back somewhere.
What happened?
I have no idea.
He
Oh, bishop c6.
played bishop c6.
Just
and
like what
then
we discussed. Yeah.
He's getting checkmate.
He's getting checkmated. Yeah.
He's getting
So knight f6 is on the board, and king g7. Okay.
And we said
Knight h5.
h5 double check.
Yeah.
Well, technically he can go to e8, give a bishop with a
But-
check and continue, but it doesn't make sense, yeah. Knight h5. King f8 is strictly only move, not to be checkmated in one. Yes, and then
Yes.
queen d6 is the key.
Yeah, I think the king has to go now to f8, yes. And now queen d6.
So be it.
And that will seal the deal.
Yeah, well, with Chovis queen d1, the game could actually go on. Right. I wouldn't be surprised if White's still winning by, say, moving the queen somewhere. But
Yeah,
it was
there-
worth a try, yeah?
I'm just looking at that right now, and the queen can go to e5 once a check has been given on f6. So, and the players,
And he might resign now, or allowing the checkmate, do you think?
he's going
He
to resign
resigns.
now, and Magnus Carlsen takes the point. And he is now on 2 points out of 3. But it was a really instructive game there from Magnus Carlsen. The way that he just nurtured that small advantage and just kept on maximizing his chances and also posing problems to his opponent. But what an opportunity, what experience it is to play the former 5-time world champion.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there was a moment with Bishop C6, you know, when Black was trying to bluff White, but instead he got bluffed himself. Let me pull it up. So not this Bishop C6, the other Bishop
After
C6.
knight F3.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think if he plays something else, I mean, White is still slightly better, right? But if he plays something else, some other normal move, like maybe, I don't know, King goes to G8 maybe, like, because he's also on the move 39 right now. So you just make some waiting move like King G8, and Magnus had to show his card, like what winning ideas that he has up in his sleeve. But yeah, after Bishop C6 is just, I think, already very...
Yeah, Bishop C6 is perhaps like forced win.
Yeah, it's a forced win for
Forced
White,
win.
right? G5 and then winning the
Obvious
B6 pawn, yeah. Yeah, after Queen D6, Queen takes B6, and then it's just a free pawn for Magnus. Yep, so well done for our world number 1, and he is now on 2 out of 3.
Yeah.
Still,
Speaking of players on 3 out of 3, so who do we have? We have Erigasi.
we have Jumabayev.
The
Jumabayev.
highest rated with 3 out of 3 is
Yes.
Erigasi. We have Jumabayev. We have Narayan.
Narayanan,
His game
yes.
against
Yes.
Suleimanov just finished. So
Yes,
1-1.
this is the game that I just
So
showed.
it makes it 3 players on perfect score, and then we have Kevlashvili. against
Kevlishvili?
Vakidov.
But
Kevlishvili.
hang on a second,
Right.
because if we were to go to this game, with
Suleimanov.
which is the rook and pawn ending, which we were
Uh-huh.
thinking, in the words of Sherlock Holmes, elementary.
This is why you should
This is
push the pawn.
elementary.
Bring the king first and then push the pawn.
Yeah. Okay. So let's
G4 was a
let's
to
rewind and have a look.
G5,
at how things
B3, and
develop.
he's not in time now, right? Or is he? Now wait.
You still can
wait.
you can still
Wait a
give a
second.
check.
King G4. No, you get King G4, right?
No, why don't you give a check?
You can give a check.
And then King E4, King G4, and then King F5.
Your King G4.
I just don't want to be checked down there. Oh, this is my board.
You just go.
So we were here, yeah. So okay, and then we saw this position, King F3, and after B4 we were talking about Rook B5 and stopping it. Yeah.
It's the same. Like if Black goes King E6,
King
we
E6.
change much.
I'd like actually go G3 in this position,
G3,
and then King
slowly,
G4.
slowly, kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
rolling, yeah.
yeah, like
you are.
this. I mean, it depends, of course. I'd like to move G4, King E4, but if Black's replied with King E6, I think this is a good continuation for White to do. But after B4, he moved G4, and
Still fine, yeah.
should be fine still. King E6, Rook B5, Rook B1, G5, and now B3.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, now
But I guess you can go F5 check.
F5. Wow, okay. And King...
Yeah.
King let's
Yeah,
say
and now
King
you
F7.
drive. Now you drive the king.
So
One
after
step
King
back.
D6, where do we go after King
Ah,
D6?
step back here. So the king does not need to participate, yeah?
King G2, so you're claiming we will win without a king.
Yeah.
But this is a
No,
bit
let's drive the king
of
back
a tricky
one more
business.
square.
Oh, one more square.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
check
Let's
here.
just for
okay.
fun.
Here and then King G2.
Okay, and now king G2.
Oh, wait a second, but why does Black go to F8? Can you tell me? Like after F5 check, can he go to D6?
Okay. Hang on, this position.
Yes,
F5
F5
the pawn's on
F5.
B3. The pawn's on B3.
Okay.
Yeah, and then 5 King D6. I mean, I'm not sure if it's like
Okay, now
G6.
G6.
G6 B2.
And now we step back
Now we stand back.
to G2, obviously.
King E7.
And then
We are
Rook
very
B6.
close to
Yeah.
A draw, no?
Close, but no cigar.
No.
Because f6 is coming.
6.
Yeah. This
I
is
guess-
one way to win.
I guess it
Wins.
would be a draw, though, if, for instance, you went, instead of rook b6, you went rook b7.
Yeah, like with the king blocking.
Yeah,
pawns.
but let's just, even though after king f6, you can still go rook f.
So, okay, so b3 was played, and
He gave a check.
he gave a
on
check to b6, and king goes to d5. And here,
Did he play king d5 already?
king d5, yeah.
King d5, but this should be an easy win, no? Just king g4.
Yeah, I think so too. King g4, king f5, and then start pushing like
king,
a stairs.
King help.
Yeah.
I call it the caterpillar maneuver.
Or maybe like crawling like a cat. You know?
like this.
Yeah.
helps the pawns.
Okay, let's just show how we would win.
Okay.
And then
King g4 already played.
king g4.
King g4 already played. And how do you win this? Okay.
do you
Give
not-
me
wait
the
a
move
second.
for black.
How do you not win this? I mean, what does black do?
Yeah.
Like the
Well, I guess you have to go b2.
yeah,
Okay,
like the
B2,
obvious counterplay is b2, king f5,
F5.
and try to run with the king.
Hang on,
pawn, but-
there is one. There. You can be a bit cleverer than this. This is too obvious. King goes to e4.
Yeah, I'll give a check
After
here.
king g4, yeah.
Yeah.
King e4.
Rook b4 check.
Why rook e4? You can go rook e6 check. Then you.
And
want
then
go to
yeah, then you have to
c3,
come back to b6 again.
But still,
now-
but look, after rook b4, king d3, black does win some time. We have to say. Probably still,
I can.
kind of still
Yeah.
lost, but
It's 2 pawns against the rook.
king f5, king say
King c3.
c3, for
Okay,
instance.
rook
Rook
b8,
goes to b8. You go
b2,
G6,
g6. Rook goes
rook goes-
somewhere.
Rook,
and then
rook goes to
maybe not to e1. Yeah, maybe
rook goes to whatever.
to g1.
To g1. Okay, king
Yeah,
f6.
King f6, b1.
Takes, and then g7, and then just wins. Yeah.
Oh, this is where you.
Is it?
Yeah, you play king g6 and then push the
Wait
other
a
pawn.
second. G7, rook g1.
Rook g1. If rook g1,
It's kind of
then maybe not g7 then. Maybe not g7. Like here, yeah. Oh, just f5.
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 King d4.
King d4. King g7. Does it win? Yeah.
Yes.
That's
It wins.
king g7. Wait a second. Check on the 7th rank, maybe?
Oh, check first.
After king g7, check on the 7th rank.
Okay. h8. Oh, h8 doesn't work.
King e5, I'm
E5
sorry.
is there. The king is
Who's
a bit
playing
too
for a win?
Okay, let's rewind because something
Yeah,
went
yeah, yeah,
wrong
yeah.
here.
Seriously.
Let's think. Let's
Seriously, may I just for the kind of the sake of simplifying the whole task? I'm not sure. I mean, probably it's still winning, but why do you give a check on b6? Like, if you want to be like super technical, like go to g4.
Okay, so king g4, king e4, and then
I mean, a couple of moves ago, if you can, or you are trying to win the game position.
the game position. Yeah,
Game
we're starting
position.
from the
With
game
Yeah,
king
we're
on
position.
trying.
e4.
Yeah, king e4,
Yeah.
and then we are gonna go.
I think it should be winning. Come on, like this position.
Yeah, okay, but even now you can go f5. Come on.
5, but then it's a check on g1.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not afraid.
King h5,
King h5.
King f5.
king e3, king c3. Then
Wait a second. Well,
But you can.
we are analyzing different position then, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, we are. Better stick to one more.
You got me confused. Yeah, you got me confused. So what do you do? After king e4, you give a check on b4.
Yes, sorry.
King goes to d3, and then you go f5.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go f5,
Yeah, fair enough.
and then
Yeah, this pawn, this
even if you go b2.
I go b2. You
Yeah,
go
I'm gonna go
f6.
f6.
Right, I give you a check. You go king f5, right?
Yep.
Queen.
That's much better.
There you go.
X, and then this pawn, yeah.
Yeah.
Then f7, and then you push the g
Checks.
pawn.
and then the king goes here, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
To
And
E6,
this one's
yeah.
Going forward, and that's how you win the game. Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Hikaru has this thing, which actually is borrowed from the Navy SEALs. It's like, keep it simple, stupid. And I was like, okay, this is something I have to remember, because sometimes in life we make things unnecessarily complicated.
Right.
Keep it simple, stupid.
But
Kiss.
he gets the
Yes.
kiss. Yeah, no, but it's actually from the Navy SEALs.
Mm.
I actually thought it was an acronym that Hikaru had come up with himself, but no.
No, I thought he likes the band, the music band.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a great band.
Well, yeah.
Just
well,
imagine Hikaru with all this face painting, yeah? Like his. That's a talk for another day. Okay, so King F5 is on the board right now.
yeah.
Are they actually playing?
Yeah, it is
Okay.
it's the position
That-
right now.
that's the.
Oh, okay, so he didn't play
He didn't play
F5.
F5, but King F5.
He played the. Okay, so now we have to work out, because we made a bit of a mess of what.
Yep.
So what did we say? King
King
C3,
C3,
King C3.
Rook
on the
B8.
B file,
uh-huh.
whatever, B2,
And
and you know what? It could be that you win by playing King G6 and not.
yeah, King G6. This is
King
actually
G6.
what I wanted
Yeah.
to play before.
So Rook moves, whatever it is.
To F1, let's say,
moving,
and then F5.
and we go F5, but the king is still damn close, right?
Yeah, but now actually you don't have any more checks. So after F6,
5, B1, right?
yeah, B1 takes and F6.
Takes and F6 and right. King E4, F7, here,
Yeah.
here. And how do we not make a draw? Let's draw again.
Oh shit.
Off we go.
Okay, hang on. Hang on, let me think. Okay, King D4.
Meanwhile, the pawn is already on B2.
Okay, can we get to the game position?
Okay,
Let-
Pawn's
let's-
already on B2.
The pawn is okay. This is the game position.
Okay, this is a good one. Okay. What happens if we just go G6? G6 has to
Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, G6.
G6 and
Rook
now
here.
rook. And now can we move the king
F6.
F6? Yeah.
Push. Takes. And this is what happened before. And then if we do this, then there is this. And here, and then king here. This is what we analyzed.
And this is a draw.
This is the draw. Is it though?
Yeah, it is a draw.
It's not? Okay, show me mirror.
Who is the? No, I'm cheating. I'm just asking the engine, and it says it's a win. But I don't remember how I tricked you to make it a draw. Yeah, like you do. Yeah, you do. King
Oh, instead of
G6. Yeah, you
G6.
do King G6. Maybe G6 wins, but King G6 wins for sure.
Okay, after B2, sorry, king G6, yeah?
King G6, yeah.
Okay,
Seems
and then
like a
let's say
clever
rook
way.
F.
Rook F1 or
F5.
whatever. We go F5. We
Uh-huh.
take the queen. We
Okay.
go F6.
Okay.
Go F6, and then what
King
was the-
D4.
Yeah, I've tricked you by going King D4. Then you go F7.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, now Rook F1, it's surely a draw, but it's not.
He did make
King
an announcement.
G7, I bluffed you, right? King G7, King E5. You just go G6, and apparently it's not a draw.
Oh, yeah, G6, yeah.
G6, King E6, you go
Yeah.
King G8.
Yeah.
Ah, no,
Just in
you don't go King G8? Wait a second.
No, just F8. Why?
Fate, yeah.
Just F8.
Yes, why too?
Yeah, and then just wins.
Oof.
Okay, because the king is not in time. Let me show you what announcement, Yuvi.
Hmm?
What did you say?
No,
Announcement. Big announcement.
No, I said it as Miro did make an announcement where he just said, "This is a draw."
Ah.
And we went,
Tricked you.
yes,
Tricked you.
because he said it so confidently.
That's how sometimes you save a game.
Mm-hmm.
Looking your opponent, don't you know? Like, not saying anything verbally, but with the posture and so on. If you happen to play an endgame like this, you behave like it's. I mean, it's understandable. It's a draw.
Actually, my friend would do that. He would play someone who was higher rated than him, and he would turn up to the board late, and he would make all these moves look really arrogantly. And then when he offered a draw, he goes, "Oh, all right, I'll give you a draw," like that. And he said, like 9 times out of 10, it worked.
Okay, while Keflishvili is thinking about this move, we already have the camera on Sindarov's game, and apparently they are... Wait, what is going on? Ah, okay, I thought the rook on b4 was hanging, but it was a pin. So this is the current position after f takes g5. And Kaidanov just moved something. Oh, rook moved back to b1.
But why did he move the rook?
Because maybe he wants to free the c rook.
Rook to b1. Rook b1, doesn't it allow like rook a4? The pawn on c5 is hanging for now.
Yeah.
Which might still be...
But even then, that's not
Yeah, yeah,
so clear
that's
as
it.
well,
Yeah, yeah.
because
Yeah, like
g
rook
pawn
a4.
drops and...
Rook a4, but maybe go here, right?
Rook f4? You want to give this
Yeah,
one?
what thing?
No,
Yeah, rook
is-
a4.
This is possible too.
But okay, now the rook drops to c3,
Takes on here.
and then you go rook to b6 check,
King e5.
and now rook takes pawn.
Takes, yeah, rook h4.
Okay.
Not just collect the other guy.
Yeah.
Now, honestly, I'd be afraid in this position because the a pawn is very hard to promote. Like, even if it runs, the bishop on d5 is very efficient. So I don't think black risks a lot, and possibly
He's reaching for his king.
he's reaching for his... but can he do... wait a second.
I think he
After
can.
b1, yeah, he can do the same thing. Like, start with running with the king, get checked on b6.
Yeah, and then rook
at some
b8,
But
point
wait,
go
rook b8,
and then rook a4.
now rook
B8.
h8.
Yeah.
Rook a4,
So maybe there will be a trade of these rooks.
h8.
Give a check first, and then play rook f6.
That's another way of doing it.
Yeah.
Progress.
Progress. So the rook is actually making some progress. The black's rook.
From
Yeah.
a5 to...
From a5 to f6, and then white's rook on h8. Even though it's attacking h6, but that's pretty much it.
But I'm not sure about this.
You're not sure, yeah?
No.
So there'll be some rook g8, rook g6 if needed. Yeah?
Yeah, or also the rook can come down.
Still. It's a very tricky position still. Okay, I'll look for some funny games on the lower boards maybe. Or funny positions rather.
So we have 2 games left on the top 10 boards, yeah?
Maybe we can take a look at Sandipan against Kukesh.
Sandipan Gukesh. Yeah, I had a pick earlier on, and it was a London game, which, interestingly enough, turned out to be something like this.
Yeah, and
It's like middle game. They've barely passed the time control. It's move 44 only.
Yeah,
isn't white
In trouble.
some
in
trouble,
yeah.
right?
Exactly.
The king is on h3. That's not a good sign. And take a look at the pawn islands as well.
I was about to bring it up, but then I kind of counted properly. Believe it or not, but it's equal amount of equal number of. But
Of
it feels
pawn
like
islands.
black is much more compact somehow, right? Pawn islands, like in in the traditional sense, when you count them on the files, right? It's equal, but yeah, like h5, white pawns feel like all over the place.
Yeah, and Gukesh just play rook d7. Just play very solidly, protecting the pawn on a7. And where does the king belong? Because the king cannot be forever on f8, yeah? It has to be moved so that the knight can move. Maybe king will go to g7 later.
It's a natural move, but I guess maybe Gukesh is contemplating what happens after the rook comes to f3.
3.
White also has to hold everything.
Rook f3, queen g1. You give
Consequences.
yeah, consequences.
Wait a second, rook back to f1?
Then that's the problem.
And yeah, and there's more, because I thought that there is rook d3, right? But yeah, that doesn't make any sense. You can take with the pawn, but moreover, you can take with the queen on d3. Like if black takes rook d3, eliminating the defender,
Yeah.
sort of.
Take with the queen. Yes.
Yeah, but you can take with the queen. But pawn takes works as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So never mind this line, but yeah.
Yeah, rook f3. I mean, actually, okay, this is white to move right now, yeah?
After rook d7.
After rook d7, so white has to figure out what to do.
White can also step back with the king.
King h2.
King h2.
Okay, I'll move my king, eh? Maybe king g7, that if you move here... Yeah, just king h7. Just getting rid of this check on the g file. Should be winning. But playing maybe very slowly.
Yeah, but what's the plan? Even say you've gotten the king to h7.
The problem is that you're going to have to wait with the queen. And there's just no plan for white. Either that. I mean, I'm really struggling to see a single move. Like maybe you can go queen.
This can also go
G4 's
here
crazy,
and then from
right?
here.
Yeah, g4 feels like you're lighting that firework.
And at g5, g4's too much.
Mm-hmm.
G4's definitely too much. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So it's looking good for Gukesh. And what about Jordan? Whoa, another Queen's Endgame against Ahmadzada Ahmad.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. Can we go back to the rook endgame?
Yes.
Because something really weird happens.
Can you just take on b2?
So look, no. Wait. So b2, king g6, rook a1, f5, rook a8.
But that's just very flashy, right? Because you can go rook takes pawn.
It's the same, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any.
It doesn't make any difference.
Or-
Doesn't make any difference.
Or you can play rook b5, no?
The only thing you can't do is play rook to b6. Don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, rook b6 would be a mistake. Taking the rook would be a mistake as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
No, but rook
Anything.
b2.
Yeah. No, you don't have to take it immediately. You just play rook b.
You can actually save.
Yeah, save one
yourself
tempo.
some time. Yeah.
Yeah, rook here, just play anything. Yeah, rook b7, rook b5,
Rook b7.
rook b7, and then king here, then f6.
So in fact, yeah, false alarm. I'm sorry. No, just seeing the rook on a8, and I thought, yeah, maybe that's some
You almost had me
brilliant
there.
idea. Brilliant ideas. Rook b5 was played. Yeah.
Yeah, rook b5. Very good. And can we go back to the Kaidanov Sindarov game?
Mm-hmm.
Because he chose to step the
So
king
after rook
forward.
b1, yeah, king goes to d6.
And then
Rook
after rook b8,
king e5. So what's going to happen after rook h8?
so presumably it must be something along the lines of
King
d4.
d4.
King d4.
And the rook has to decide where to go, yeah? Of protecting a3,
And
maybe somewhere...
yeah, but then you just go
C4,
C4,
C3.
C3.
Yeah. Like let's say here and then
Let's see the race.
C4.
Still,
C4.
it's still tricky, right?
Next here, c3. Rook here maybe.
Maybe
so
rook
that
back
it can-
to...
So that we can have like this. And then maybe... Oh, I can take actually on a3. I can take on a3 here. Or c2 immediately. c2 and then rook e1. And now takes. Whatever happens, there is rook h3. Yeah, this should be winnable. But here... I may...
So again, after king e5, is there a better way for white? Say go king e3 now, for instance.
King e3.
King king e3 to shoulder the king for the moment. I understand it can't be kind of
Okay.
can't.
But now we
Forever, yeah.
mobilize the rook.
Now you go rook a4.
Mhm.
That's my problem.
Mhm.
Go rook a4 and maybe, just maybe, rook to a8, rook takes and rook takes. I'm not a big
But-
fan of.
But still, isn't it somewhat unclear because you've got rook takes g4, but you've also got rook takes c5.
Rook takes c5, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of wanted the h pawn for later. I
Okay.
wanted to take the c5 pawn.
Oh, you want a c5 pawn?
Yeah, I want the
Okay.
c5 pawn first because the other one.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And then it's what?
Yeah,
It's
check
it's a
here.
check on g3.
No, not
No.
king f2.
Okay, here.
I
Yeah.
don't want to allow any defense.
Here.
And now I guess
What?
Rook c7 or what?
I mean, you can kind of recall Mr. Philidor and start checkmating the king. Like, take on a3, rook h6, king d4. All of a sudden, who cares that white has two rooks instead of one rook? It won't happen in the game though, because
Rook h8 is-
Kaidanov played rook h8, so king d4 will be critical.
okay. So let's run this one through one more time.
Or even king f4.
Yeah, king f4 is also an option, but king d4 was much
King
more
d4, yeah.
straightforward. Moreover, it was played right now.
Where does this rook go?
So
I like
two
e3, g3.
options.
e3, c4, takes, c3.
But wait a second. Perhaps we were losing the a3 pawn anyway, right? So maybe rook has to go on c1 originally, so white would not lose as much time. Like king d4, the rook's attacked, and maybe just go to c1.
c1, okay, I'll take on
Not
a3.
again, not a big fan of this one, but yeah, takes h6.
Okay, and then
And we were
And you
going
do
rook
some.
h3.
Rook h3, yeah.
h3.
And I'll cry in a corner because I don't like the position.
Maybe, but let's not give
Still,
up.
rook g6, yeah?
Yeah, rook g6.
g6.
6, c4.
Rook g5, c3.
Oh, if instead of c4, I can give a check first. Let's see where you go.
To g3.
To h2.
King goes
Oh.
to g3.
Oh, king goes to g3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really help, does it?
That probably helps. But,
Helps
but
white.
white.
Helps
Probably
white.
Helps white.
Yeah, okay.
No, you've
C4.
done everything perfectly. Like the c pawn goes, and I feel like doesn't matter how many I take. Like
Takes
I
g5.
I took h6, I took g5, but they're not going anywhere. So
c3,
Yeah, c3.
c3, and then
it's,
you're
it's
gonna
a rough,
have to
rough position.
you're gonna have to caterpillar those pawns
Mm-hmm.
to the end.
Yep. And it's
And
very
by-
slow.
Yeah, and by caterpillar it would be like rook to g6. You have to go
Yeah,
h6
here,
and
Yeah,
then
have you-
g5
what-
and then
but
rook
you-
b7, rook g7. Yeah.
That's that.
Okay, there's some moves on the game. So
Some
after king
moves.
d4,
King d4, rook g3.
rook g3.
Okay, also makes sense. So now
c3. I mean c4, yeah, if you want to be consistent.
Well, has he made a move? Or rook g3 just played?
yeah, rook g3 played. c4 played.
Yep, c4 played.
So now
Now if you take on h6,
take on h6,
c3,
black goes c3. What do you do? Back to h8 perhaps to have some rook c8. But then you take the pawn, right?
Can you not get behind?
but there's also bishop c4. But okay, rook c5, maybe just make.
Rook c5 is...
But there's rook g1.
But there's rook G1, sorry.
Rook
yeah.
g1 and then
rook g1.
still winning though. c2, rook c1.
Oh, hang on. Some moves have been played.
Yeah. Let's follow.
Let's follow the game.
Yeah, rook g3, c4. It's been played. So still according
But
to...
that's it, right? And I think we are somewhat behind on our digital board because from the camera view I can see something on c3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's...
So that
okay,
the
rook
pawn
takes
on
h6
rook
and now
h6,
c3.
c3. Okay.
And rook h8 looks forced. You gotta put your rooks behind the pawns.
What is he looking at? Rook h8.
Yeah, rook h8.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rook h8. Yeah, we are getting so excited as if they would be playing on increment. They still have like 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But it felt really like they played a few moves quickly and then all of a sudden you're blitzing.
Yep. Shaking.
Players
lights.
are excited as well.
And there we've got a beautiful view of Sindarov. Yeah, and we can see that the pawn is on c3.
Got me.
I was going to say, we saw Sindarov there, jumping up and down, obviously excited, calculating. And today is Friday the 13th.
And
It's an unlucky day, right?
Unlucky day.
It's a superstitious day. And I was going to ask, do any of you had superstitions that you follow during
tournament,
events?
During
Yeah.
an event. Not really. Not really. Maybe when I was younger, yes. I had to go a certain routine, like I had to have my lunch at this hour and so on. That if somehow my routine got broken up, then I was going to be very anxious because something is going wrong, But now it's just like, okay, whatever happens, happens. So,
Yeah.
yeah. I think the older you get, the wiser you are.
I'm not so sure about that one. Miro,
Well, why so,
are you a superstitious fella?
Yeah, well, I'm trying to recall. I'm no longer playing chess, and when I do, it's bad anyway, so it doesn't matter. If I would follow any routine. Yeah, so I'm thinking more of routines than superstitions. Like in ideal world, that would be, I don't know, like 1 hour before the game, I don't know, make myself some tea, listen to the music, trying to get into this kind of state of mind. And the only kind of superstition thing I can recall was the pen. The lucky pen, you bring your kind of a few nice pens and you play with this pen until you lose the game, that you get your other new good lucky pen, but your own, the ones that you like. And now, since you're not allowed to bring, many tournaments you're not allowed to bring your pens.
Including this one, actually.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to bring a pen. We saw someone get stopped.
Yep. So
Carrying
that's
a
why,
pen.
just get rid of all
And
the
no-
superstitions.
Yeah.
No watches as well.
So this is not determined for you then, Miro, yeah? Because you're not allowed to bring your own pen.
A pen doesn't matter. Yeah, the watch.
The watch.
The watch. It's a dinner time.
Okay, we have some moves after rook h8, rook c5.
Yeah.
Asking Mr. Pilidor again whether we're doing it the right way.
So rook behind the boss pawn.
Yes.
So,
So rook
How
to
do
g1 is forced.
how do
Yeah, you have to stop it, right?
You have to stop that pawn.
Yeah. Okay, let's have it on the board even though Kaidanov is still thinking. So rook g1, I don't see any other move than rook g1.
So let's say
Happened.
c2.
Did it happen?
Yeah, it has absolutely happened.
C2,
And so we're
rook
expecting...
c1, right?
Yeah, c2, rook
C2,
c1.
c1,
King somewhere, maybe c3, d3,
king d3.
d3.
Or king c3 so that you can have king b2. Just in case after king d3 there's king e1.
Yeah.
Still winning, but just, you have more option with king c3.
Yeah, but with rook on c1, seriously,
But there's two options, right? Okay, I know it's ugly with the rook on c1, and clearly the king is going to come forward. White could try to hold this blockade, but White could also go for counterplay with the h pawn.
like h6, h7.
h6, h7, and then some rook swing over.
Here we are. Rook is on c1, blacks to move.
Okay, he moved the king.
Blacks to move.
He moved the
Or
king to d3.
King d3, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So if king goes to e1, Is h6 for now?
Oh, rook
I
c4.
don't think it works, right?
Oh, rook c4 goes rook e4 and king d2. This is also just game over.
After king d3, I mean.
King d3, king e1.
Mm-hmm.
You want to stop king d2, you can play rook c4. You can actually play what? Bishop somewhere, bishop b3, rook e5 is there. Yeah, so
And do you have any counterplay with h6?
Yeah, like I think if you're too slow, then white also has a pawn. So
okay,
it's
so
better to
after king d3, h6, then is that what you mean?
No. I mean, so let's first of all work out, h6.
h6, okay. King d2.
And now we have h7.
Okay, then I can play rook c7 first.
Yeah.
I think rook c7 is always coming to the rescue whenever it needs.
Okay, yeah, that's super important. Okay, so you can't do that. So now we've established that h6 doesn't work, so you have to go king e1.
King e1. Yeah, now to be honest, I like this rook here. There, check. Okay, I need the rook to control c7. Yeah, so maybe it's better to move the bishop.
Yeah, your rook c4 is super. Yeah, I've just
Rook
checked
c4?
Rook c4.
With the machine a little bit. Yeah, your rook c4 just wins.
Yeah.
And now h6.
Rook c4.
Okay, first of all, I can take this and then play rook
If
h4.
h6, yeah, that's
Yeah?
something very kind of boring. You take
Yeah,
the pawn,
yeah.
and if h7, I suspect
That's
you.
very
Oh, no, you-
clinical, but very good.
Yeah, that's all.
no, you give a check. After h7, you give a check.
Yes,
to
yes.
g1.
We can even insert that one.
King
Yeah.
f2, you take
Just take,
the rook.
yeah.
Yeah.
And then whatever rook
Take
goes,
the
we
you go
can.
to h1 back.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Overwhelming advantage.
Okay, so looking. Okay, this is our last game on the top 10. And what did we miss? Let's see the finishing of this game. So we saw rook a8. Let me find it. Okay, here we go. So Kavlishvili decided to go to b5. Rook g8 check, king h6, check again, g7, rook h5,
Yeah,
king
it
g6.
wasn't clear what he
This
was
is-
trying to achieve with all these checks, right?
Triangulation. Don't forget about triangulation. Okay, see, it's triangulation now. It is white to move. Before it is
Sure.
it is black to move.
Oh,
f6.
Wasn't the goal in this game?
That is
at
such
the
a
end,
niche joke.
The opposite.
Okay, so rook g8, and then triangulation again. You see? Oh no, yeah, I want to. Maybe king g6 can be played now.
Yes,
Okay, but
King
f7,
G6 was
f7,
like the real
f7.
triangulation.
That's it.
Wait. I think there's something wrong.
Why?
After f7, I can take. No?
Yeah, but
Yeah, rook
both
takes,
sides
rook takes.
promote.
Oh,
Queen,
okay. Yeah.
The rook
Yeah.
is a lot.
A rook is a rook. Okay. So after f7, black resigned, and Kavlishvili is on 3 of 3.
Yeah, and meanwhile we have our prediction game on point because
Rook c4.
Sindarov did play rook c4. He's playing very quickly.
No, this is just
Elementary, right?
For him, it's just playing by hand, or just by thumb, maybe. Push the rook with one thumb.
I'm just like laughing at the visual of this. Okay, right.
Yeah.
H6
Anyway.
on the board.
h6, and then we're talking about taking on g4, yeah?
Rook takes g4.
Pawn Grabber Association will be very happy. Very clinical, taking on g4, and then, yeah, he's reaching
Yeah,
it.
he's reaching for it. And I guess you have to go king f2 or something if you don't want to lose on the spot.
King f2, you're...
And
Wait a
did
second.
you see that nice touch? He just handed
Right.
the second score sheet
Score
to Kaidanov.
Oh, nice.
Very nice,
Very
right?
nice.
Wait a sec.
Yep,
King
and...
f2, we do lose on the sport after king d2.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
that's
King
fair point.
d2. That's
Yeah, after this one, I think after king f2, black is spoiled with many choices. You can go rook h4 if you want. Oh, maybe not.
oh, you just win the rook. I mean,
Yes,
king f2 just win
king
the rook.
d2,
yeah,
just win the
peace
rook.
up.
That's it, yeah. Okay.
And
Will Kaidanov play it, or maybe...
or
Or-
wait a second. I mean, what I'm saying, does it actually make sense? King d2, you don't win the rook because then it's 7, right?
But then you get behind the
And
pawn.
then you get, you first play
and-
king d2 just to...
Exactly.
But why do we play king d2 first? Maybe Irene was right then? Again, I'm like...
I think
No,
we're
no, no, no,
quibbling
no. King
about
d2 is good enough. Like
apples
after
and
here,
pears.
h7, I don't see why. You can just take on the rook.
Yeah, you can as well.
Yeah.
I mean...
Here and then just...
King d2 rook moves.
Oh, king d2 rook
Two
moves.
rook moves.
Okay.
And that was kind of a problematic line for me, but then I realized, yeah, you can go rook h4,
Yeah.
or maybe rook g2 check to make the king go to f1 and then go rook h2 if you're... Yeah, should be.
Or
Yeah.
rook f4, rook f7. That's also working.
Yeah, works. Everything works. Rook g4. So that's gonna mean that we have 4. Is it 4 players on 100% on perfect score? Chumabayev, Kevlishvili, Erigaisi, Sindaro.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 wins. Yeah, kind of 2 played with white in the last round, 2 played with black. So there must be kind of a clean pairing.
Yep. And what was played?
I think it was rook takes and then check on g1. Rook takes c2, rook g1,
Should-
king f2, rook g2
two.
check. And this should be reasonable.
Two.
Yeah, like
That
this.
was clever, by the way. I just realized there's a capturing on c2. If king takes, there is h7. Yep.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it was kind of a last trap. After rook c2, yes,
Yeah.
Sindarov goes with a check. King here, check. King f1. And he can
And you take it with the rook.
He can take with the rook, so there is no check. After h7, rook goes to...
Anywhere, c7 or h2.
It is all over for Kaidanov, and there you see it. He resigns,
He
and
resigns.
Sindarov moves to 3 points out of 3. Very nice game from the young Uzbek player. And that brings us to a close. And what have your impressions been of today? We've seen a lot of in-game grinds.
Yes.
Yesterday was all about the fireworks,
Yep.
and today, different type of chess.
Yep. I'm just expecting tomorrow the games will take longer and longer, Yovi, because these players will be playing against their own level, and as you know they will battle it out even until just before the score sheet being signed. So, how many players do we have on 3 out of 3?
4 players.
4 players. So they will play against each other tomorrow.
Yeah.
And let's get to see who is going to be the lucky draw playing against Magnus Carlsen in round number 4.
Yeah, that is indeed the luck of the draw.
Yeah.
And
That's
let's
fun fact. Out of top 3 seeds, no one's on perfect score. And the trend is such that today we had, like Magnus dropped off after yesterday's game, but we had Hikaru on 2 out of 2, Giri, Anish on 2 out of 2. So they drew. So now Erigaisi is kind of the highest rated on perfect score. And, yeah,
And Jumabayev is the oldest out of the 4.
oldest.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. They will face off against each other. We'll see whether they want to consolidate their lead or maybe even extend it. But it depends on the fighting mood that they bring to the table. And let's remind ourselves of today's results. So I'm going to wait whilst they bring it up. But for you, Miro, what's been the highlight of the day?
Ooh.
Give us the final position.
The final position
Yeah.
for... you mean... Yeah, there was one. I have no idea what happened in this game, to be honest. And I don't know how to find it now. There was one position. There was more than one. Yep.
Yeah, and there we can see the playing hall. It is a rather
Getting empty,
magnificent arena for the players.
See it.
It's nice to have spectators as well and arbiters, and everyone can soak up the atmosphere of a competitive chess tournament. And Miro, are you ready with your highlight?
It's not a highlight. It's just a position. I mean, sometimes, the pawn race happens to be rather one-sided. You can imagine, like, reconstructing it. It was a Sicilian, and white won some pawns on the queen side, black won some pawns on the king side, but white was somewhat more successful in pushing the a pawn. And yeah, it's a couple of last moves. A8.
Just somewhat.
Yes.
Well, you must
A little
have been
bit faster.
You must have been a Brit in a previous life.
I don't see any pawn race actually. There's only pawn
It
that
was,
is
you know, it's a pawn, it's racing. Don't judge it. G7 pawn, you know, it's doing its best. Yeah.
Yep.
So that was
Okay, well,
a
that
funny
is the
position.
highlight. Yeah, it's rare that you see three queens on the board. And let's see if we can bring up today's results. Have to remind ourselves, it was very tense in round 3. A lot of endgames being played out, a lot of cagey draws, and there, once again, we see the players, the remaining players in action. And here we see it. Magnus Carlsen, in the end, managed to smoothly convert his advantage against international master Mutaich. And Vakidev did make a draw against Hikaru Nakamura. For Anish Giri, he faced preparation in a sideline of a sideline, but Aditya Mittal, just 17 years old, was very impressive. And for Arjun Erigaisi, he's owned 3 points out of 3, as is Sindarov and Narayan. That was a very sharp game. And final person who is on 3 points out of 3 is Kevlishvili. And tomorrow, we are going to look forward to more of the same, more of the action, more of the tension, more of the drama. So don't go anywhere. Tomorrow, we are going to be here at 3 p.m. Central, well, Qatari time. It's 2 p.m.
Qatari time.
2 p.m.
GMT plus
2 p.m.
3.
Central European
Yeah.
time. Don't go anywhere because tomorrow is going to get intense. So see you then.
Bye.
Yeah. See you. See you tomorrow.
What pawn race?
There remains one timeless world. A world that hasn't changed for more than 1,000 years. A world with devoted traditions, just like Qatar's traditions. Qatar stands as a notable example of blending traditions with modernity, much like chess. Join us in Qatar Master Open 2023, where you will witness the best chess players go head-to-head in a tactical battle. If you wish to succeed, you must brave the risk of failure.